What a lovely day. We're gonna do full marathon. Marathon. Oh my god, I have to. This is from their NASs. I'm gonna abandon this. I'm gonna abandon this. I'm gonna keep this. What is this? I'm gonna abandon this. I'm gonna abandon this. What is this? I know this. But yeah, I'm gonna keep these. Okay. Holy moly. Let's get it. Let's get it done. We're gonna get Marathon full quest run. Oh my god, that was so out of nowhere. So yeah. We have a great team here. I'm sure of it. I can feel it, man. Everybody's communicative, everybody's sharing, everybody's, you know. What is server? It's World of Warcraft Classic. I'm playing on the hardcore server. So yeah, let's get it done. We're gonna get to 50 today and to 60 in the next 2 weeks, I think. In the next 2 weeks, I'm gonna get to 60. I think so, by the looks of it. And I'm playing on retail, by the way, classic retail. Yo, mate, can we run some games together sometimes? Add me on Discord at some point. Barksh. Yeah, what's your in-game name? I need to bring up my enchanting and my tailoring. I should work on it today. Bashar. Yeah, Bashar. Bashar is... are you holy moly? Check the mats for mana oil. I only have minor mana oil. Soul dust, maple seed, and leader vial. Leaded vial. Samueru Sama. No, because if that's gonna happen, we're gonna lose our characters. We're playing on a hardcore server, but why not? Samueru, are you holy moly? Ah, sorry, my bad. Somebody from the party said that they're gonna check the stream, and I thought that you were somebody from the party, but you're not. But it's okay. Oh yeah, I'm talking to Holy Moly, yeah, but he didn't respond on Twitch chat. Sorry, somebody wrote something on Twitch chat, man. Oh my god, just one fall, one drop, and it's over. Anyway. I need feathers, bro. Oh my god. What's that link, holy moly? I think we're all here. It's the Lego Builder app. Oh my god, I hope they're not, it's not viruses. Let's see. What? Bro, are you fucking kidding me? Look at this, guys. Wow. What the fuck? Crazy. Yeah, I think so. Wow. Oh my god, holy moly, are you into VR? What? Wait a second. You built it? You built that website? It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be announced at BlizzCon. Bro, we got a serious programmer with us. Holy shit. Congrats, man. Oh my god, we got a full programmer. Like a fully Mr. Robot kind of vibe. Holy moly gives me the Mr. Robot kind of vibe, like he could do everything. Congrats, man. I appreciate the hustle and the creativity. Like what other things did you create? Trying to move to DK. Need a job to do it. Octo WoW. This is retail. This is classic WoW retail. Originally Aussie. You're from Australia. Oh my god. I don't know. I just get hyped up about people. How's Octo WoW, Sama? Samuro Sama. How's the Octo WoW? Holy, I'm just gonna ask you things after the dungeon, because I'm just curious. Let me just add you. Yeah, if you don't mind. All vibe new zones. I'm gonna check it out. How's the zones? Are they creative? Did they input any creativity into the zones? Samuro-san. Samueru-sama! I'm gonna check it out, holy moly. I'm gonna focus now on staying alive, but then yeah, for sure. Custom music, Samueru-sama. I just love saying your name like that. Samueru-sama. Yes, yes, yes. I have an add-on that every time I crit, nice. Yeah. I mean, I played a lot with add-ons. I just like to configure shit so they seem appealing to me. And I found some interesting things, man. Not gonna lie, and also from people that I met in WoW. I met a fellow Romanian who gave me some. I need that to play Deja Vu when I charge. Yeah. I mean, definitely you can do it. There are add-ons that allow you to do that. So yeah. I also got into OP. This is so good, man. You know OP? You written your own add-ons. What the fuck, man? Bro, interesting things happened to me in the last few days. OP is this add-on. When you press a button, you have the inventory. Some inventories, you have it on your basically, you know, mouse and shit. So let's say I want a potion, bam, I just press one button and this comes out. Let's say I want a portal, bam, I press a button, this comes out. Let's say I want to deal with my professions, bam, this come out, you know. And I have some, I have one for buffs. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It needs a bit of setup, but it's pretty cool. So, bro, in the last few days, that was how you were checking your enchanting. Yeah, exactly. I just pressed the button. I just pressed the button, you know, And yeah, but interesting things happened to me in the last few days. Actually, in the last few weeks, I started playing WoW a lot, streaming. But I've met some interesting people. I met a guy that has full gear, like Bis on a mage. It gave me so much inspiration to try to chase that, to actually have that on hardcore as well. He has 51 plate days, 51 days played. Fucking insane, man. The day that the Soulseeker server started, he made a mage, and then he got carried because he's part of the Need for Speed guild from the server. Pretty fucking crazy. Also, I met another dude that he's a Romanian. He was a lot in speedrun guilds, and the exchange, you know, the crazy exchange of information, what he was telling me every time matched something that I didn't knew, but I wanted to find out, you know. Now you sent me that link, and that's fucking crazy what you did, man. Because you know, for some people things are easy, but from the outside you can appreciate how hard it is to do something. So yeah, I have a friend that wants to become a game dev. So basically what you're doing is not game deving, you are basically building websites and tools, right? Holy moly. Mage Beast easy, everybody need water. Yeah. 60 hours of my life. 60 hours of your life daily, you mean? So only 16 hours. Oh my god, it's so chill, man. Jesus. Oh, 16 hours on that day. So it took only... I sleep average 5. How old are you? If you don't mind me asking. 33. Interesting. I'm 34. For how long have you been programming? So that you have this kind of... I don't know. Approach. Since 7. Jesus fucking Christ. Bro, why didn't you make the next Facebook? Why didn't you make the next Facebook, man? Why didn't you make the next Facebook? Mrs. is vacuuming. No worries, man. Let me drop down the music a bit. That was messing with that concept. Do you like VR chat? VR chat, the application, you know, VR chat, because you said you like VR and AR too much. VR chat, yeah. Do you like it? Never bothered. Okay. So holy moly, tell me, Boneworks or Bone Lab? You can only choose one. You want to do it as your job. I like that. There's trade-offs. From what I know, in Boneworks there are more mods, and in Bone Lab, I don't know, there are more online mods. John Mayer, thank you for the follow. But you tell me, you are the master. Having more community. Okay, so if I'm not gonna understand something, I hope you don't mind that I'm asking, because this is how I'm gonna be able to understand more context. So I don't understand what you mean it's being stolen. What do you mean by that? Like people taking other people's work and making it their own? AI is built on theft. See, I built a poison. So when you're coding, are you using AI or are you basically just using your brain? Somewhere Usama, I do the architecture design. I think what Holy Moly wants to say, Samuel Sama, is that there are people who will use AI and try to use AI in certain ways. And I think he wants to claim that what the brain builds is different from what the AI builds. And AI slop is considered trash and stolen and shit. You know, it's kind of like a bad copy of something original and genuine. So what comes from a brain can be considered genuine. What comes from AI, LLMs are just glorified regex. Yeah, anyway, I mean, you know, we don't need to get into arguments, but I'm just trying to hear perspectives, right? Because this is the only way to kind of like understand the other world. I'm not a programmer. I wish I was. I know I would have done a great job because I like to do things in a certain kind of way. But I like to know people that were involved in those things, their perspectives, right? So what Holy Moly here is claiming and saying is that, you know, he just doesn't like, he doesn't roll like that. He has a way of being, he has a way of doing things, and wherever he will see things that are not kind of like aligned in that way, he's just going to consider that thing in a certain kind of way. And I think he has all the right because he's a programmer, a creator. And, you know, we can just say things and we can say what we feel. That doesn't mean that if other people are, other people want different things, you know. So it's just kind of like a, been messing with AI since 2014. Cave painting versus paintbrush being unfair to some people.
Nice.
Yeah, but I asked Holy Moly, and he said that he's basically building the architecture and design of it. And he said that he's not using AI, you know, so he's been coding from 7. I think my main dislike is people vibe coding and claiming they're engineers. Yeah. Because vibe coding would be like, hey, I'm using AI, but they could act or pose as if they don't use it. But holy moly, I have a question for you regarding this. Would you be able to spot a vibe coder from a engineer? But let's say that the vibe coder is really kind of like, he really knows how to use AI. Would you be able to spot in the way that he codes shit that he used AI? Or these kind of things, after a certain kind of level of knowledge, you can't know if somebody is an engineer or a vibe coder. Generally ask them architecture questions and you start with a code review. The moment they have to write, they fall over. Oh my god, I can't imagine it. Then he have more. Mm-hmm. What do you mean? What do you mean you build 6 projects at a time? And you build while play?
Nice.
To save time, build has ability to. Holly, do you think VR will reach customers to a point where it's gonna be at how games, like, you know, a mass, you know how people are playing Counter-Strike or Dota or stuff like that? Or it's always gonna be kind of like a niche thing? Like, always VR is gonna be considered a gimmick rather than something like fully Diablo. No, my question actually revolves around. No, I'm talking about VR. So, do you think, from your kind of like vision? Oh, I'm gonna repeat that. So, from your vision as a, you know, do you think VR is gonna reach a consumer level at some point in the same way that games like Counter-Strike, Diablo, I don't know, shit like that, you know, like big games, reached an audience so big that, you know, companies were forced to innovate more and more to the point of, because what we have with Quest 3 and with you know, other platforms, I don't know, man. I have a Rift S. When we don't have big helmets on the wheel. So from your, let's say, from your skill of pattern recognition, do you think that that's going to be possible in the next, I don't know, 50 years? Somewhere Usama. I just want Sword Art Online, man. Then I can die happy, lol. Full dive. That's how I imagine you speaking. Whoa, what the fuck? If trends keep going. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, thank you so much, man. What VR headset do you own, holy moly? Several. Which one are you, like, I don't know, liking the most? Quest 3 is most accessible. 3 months ago, I bought a Quest 3 and I got the Bobo VR headset. I kept it for 2 weeks and then I played everything that I wanted to play. I still have a Rift S, so it was a lot of money to just throw around, and I was like, no, I'm not. I don't want to invest that much at the moment. But I played a couple of things. I had a community, like a small community on VR chat, and I would just go with them in different worlds and experience and, you know, have fun. And I used the Rift S for those dives. And yeah, Boneworks was pretty crazy, man. I really loved it. And also Blade and Sorcery, like, pff, what a fucking trip, man. Blade and Sorcery, I mean, pff, you know what I feel? Yeah, they are. You know what I feel like? The HOV, man. I would really want to experience a virtual reality where the HOV is so big that basically when you're looking through the VR, you don't see the black shit. You know what I mean about the black shit, right? Like, you know how we are seeing through our eyes, and we're basically seeing left and right, you know? I mean, there are people who have, I don't know, cataracts and shit, and they see black. Mm-hmm. Sure. I'm a curious individual, man, and sometimes when I hear some stuff, and, you know, I'm just curious about things, so that's why I'm asking questions. I'm really curious. Of course, what's interesting, or I find interesting, you know. But what's your Discord like name? Discord ID. Thank you, Samura-sama. Yeah, man, don't worry. Yeah, let me get you some water. Wait a second, where is it? There you go. No problem.
Nice.
Holly, how many characters you have in hardcore? You're joking, right? I need to read that again then. My keybind looks so fucked up compared to yours, I use the Naga V2 mouse. I also have the Naga V2 mouse. I'm gonna explain what I did with the Naga, that for me it works pretty well, but let me see first what Holy here. So he's... So what's the mindset behind what you're doing, Holy? 8 I'm leveling at the moment, 13 banks, 15 warlocks. Yeah, because definitely by the way you are as a person and what you do, definitely this is not random. Okay. So you have your warlocks placed around the world, right? Oh my fucking god, bro. I fucking knew it. Bro, that's smart. And you're leveling 8 at the moment besides the warlocks? That's fucking smart, man. I do it to undercut taxi. 8 besides the warlocks. And what races are you like? Oh my god, are you a goblin? No, not goblin, but are you... It has been... Wait, so are you doing this to mess up with somebody? Because I don't understand. Are you doing this for gains? Or are you doing this to mess up with somebody that fucked with you? To drag his portal price down. Is that a friend or is just somebody that you're basically just kind of like insane over? Is a friend? Do you have a friend that does this? And bro, human beings are wonderful. Just someone that I'm getting gouged by. Started getting gouged by. I see. Wow, the dedication and determination. I mean, yeah. 6 gold for a port, no thanks. How much are you charging for? How much you charge for? I also put my portal skills to the 1 goal anywhere. I have I'm gonna tell you in a second, Samueru. So I've been going religiously through every world buff in Zul'Guru, in Booty Bay, and in Stormwind. Since the moment that I think I was level 23 or no, level 30 when I started. And I always go there and I just spam, hey, portals, free portals. I swear to God, sometimes I'm making 15 gold. And sometimes I'm making 3 gold. You know? But I I'm almost 200 gold, bro. With this kind of like mindset, you know, I just went there and I just kind of, you know, so I sold free stuff, but I got gold because some people are tipping, you know. So where do you post your services? Where do you post your services so that people kind of like know what you're doing? Oh, I see. I see. Do you have multiple characters, multiple WoW accounts? Do you have multiple WoW accounts that basically you log into and you're like, hey, you need a taxi, but you have more accounts there and you don't need to call in post service? Yeah, but do you have so when you summon, you have multiple accounts that you summon with, and you don't need other people to, you know, perform. Oh my god, what the fuck? To perform the summon? Haven't set them up yet. Okay. I see. Pretty interesting. Okay, so let's see. Somewhere to summon. My keybinds look so fucked up compared to yours. Okay, so you know the what the fuck? You know the Razor Naga, right? So Razor Naga has 4 buttons up, in the middle, and in below, right? So if you check here, you see? It's basically how your hand can connect with the eyes. Imagine this being my mouse. You know, like being the sides of my mouse. Somewhere to summer. You know, imagine this being the side of my mouse, right? So I have all 4 up, right? They're up. All 4 in the middle and all 4 below. So the more you play with them like this, you're just gonna know when you're using the Razor Naga mouse that here is the corner of the button. So you can press this so fast. This is the corner below of the button. This is the middle. So you know your outer buttons, which basically you can feel when you're pressing them, and you know the middle ones. And every time you need something, you know exactly what you're pressing, and really fast. So you can arrange them in that kind of way, you know. Organization is really important. And Holy Moly can actually confirm that. I'm sure he's pretty fucking organized, knowing that he's doing... I'm a masochist. He's doing so many stuff. So yeah. I'm just starting to use shift functions. Oh, and shift functions, yeah. I should use shift functions as well. You only use macros. What is add-on that you're using for potions? So this add-on is called OP. O-P-E... O-P-E-E. I see. It's pretty cool. You have to set shit up, but it's just kind of like you know, I like to have a clean UI, because it's just kind of like helping my brain. I don't know, if I have things that are pretty, you know, weird all over the place, my brain will be like, bro, something is not set correctly, right? So my brain requires me to actually have things in a certain kind of place. I've been playing things really, so it feels good. Do you play also other games, Holly? So yeah. Farm Crusader enchant for gold and get lucky. It's like me on classic. Where do I farm Crusader enchant? Not anymore. Oh my god, I need this. Do I though? I'm losing the stamina, but I'm getting the intellect and the nature resistance. Yes, I'm gonna... Perfect. By the way, Samuro-sama, where where can Crusader enchant be farmed? Uh-huh. How expensive is that? Thank you, Samuro-sama. Yeah, but it's good to know. This is just gonna be classic. Add Jinmi Amin. What do you mean? What do you mean, Samuro-sama? What is the meaning of this, Samuro-sama? Ah, okay. I see. That's why I don't play on the private servers, by the way. Because if I get invested in a character and the server is gonna shut down, I don't know. That sucks. Yo. Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. What's on your mind?
Can you tell me the story of Maraudon in World of Warcraft Classic, like a summary?
Okay. Maraudon is one of the more lore-rich dungeons in Classic. It's in Desolus and tied to the ancient conflict between nature and corruption. Basically, the demigod Zatar, son of Cenarius, fell in love with Theradras, daughter of the Earth Elemental Lord Therazane. Their union produced the Centaur. Not exactly grateful offspring. They turned
So it
violent.
was an elemental, and so it was the union of an elemental and centaur.
Exactly. Theradras, the Earth Elemental, and Zatar, the demigod son of Cenarius. Their centaur children killed their father, and Theradras grieved so deeply that her pain twisted the caverns into what became Maraudon. Inside, you fight through layers of corruption. Centaur, twisted creatures, and deeper still, Princess Theradras herself, now an Earth Elemental ruler. And then there's Celebras, who you can help cleanse from his curse. So it's not just a dungeon crawl, it's a tragic love story gone horribly wrong.
Also, can you please say thanks to Magix for the follow on TikTok?
Checking. Sure. You could say, big thank you to Magix for the follow. Amazing. Glad to have you here. Or, if live on stream, yo Magix, thank you so much for the TikTok follow. That's awesome. Welcome.
Holy moly, was that what you wanted? Were you looking for that? I'm really happy that you got it. Yeah, that's the one I have as well. Yeah. How did you feel leveling was starting from level 50? How you felt leveling from 50? Like the difficulty, like the quests. Do you always have a Petri on you? Like stuff like that. This will be my first pre-end game content in oh, you only dungeon. I see. 8 chars means I can rotate. Let's see. Have you had any hardcore deaths? Just like that. How did the mage die? I mean, the warrior I understand. Like how he could die. But how did the mage die? Because I think it was... Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, man. So sorry. You were swimming in the islands of Feralas. You needed this, bro. Wait, where is it? You see? You know that this gives you breathing underwater? But you were in VR doing some dev. Oh my god. Wow. Are you wearing a headset all the time and you're basically playing WoW through your headset as well? Not all the time, but bro, that's so cool, man. That's so cool. But I play sometimes, yeah. You know a virtual desktop, right? I'm sure you know it. Yeah, I got that for Quest 3. It was pretty cool. I can play while taking a shit. Yeah. Using a virtual desktop, right? Do you also have the... What do you think about Beyond VR2? The headset Beyond VR2. There's a headset that was made that you have to basically... It's a modular, because you also need the other stuff for tracking, but they made this... That's how it's called, Beyond 2. And speaking about VR, something popped up in my mind. Bro, I actually sold my Quest 3 because I think they're gonna do a really great job. Yeah, big screen, sorry. Big screen Beyond, yeah, sorry. And yeah, after you respond to that, I'm really curious about your thoughts on the one they mold to your head shape. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I heard that you have to also buy other stuff because it's not just gonna work out of the box. You need... It's kind of like a modular thing, right? A PC. It's not standalone. Yeah, but I don't think they have a they don't give you a sound, so you either buy the headset from them or I don't know, you use. And also, from what I heard, the tracking is external. But you would know better. So, tell me your thoughts about the Quest frame, because I remember that when I sold the Quest 3, I was like, if Quest frame is gonna Steam frame is gonna worth it, I'm gonna buy it. No, the Steam frame. I sold the Quest 3. I got it. I saw how it was, and I was just like, yeah, too much money for not a lot of things that I'm gonna do with it. That's the Steam version of Apple Vision. Well, I think you saw the Steam Machine. You know, I think you saw the announcements, right? Steam Machine, Steam Controller, and Steam Frame. That's one I haven't looked into. Wow. So Steam is launching their own next-gen VR headset, which is basically, it's gonna be let's say it's not gonna compete with the Vision Pro. It's gonna be an AR headset. But of course, oh, and they're gonna give you a dongle, a Wi-Fi 6 dongle. That's also something really interesting that I found out while I was adjusting the Quest 3. The difference between having a Wi-Fi, a Gen 6 Wi-Fi, and a Gen 6.0 point, I don't know, like a different Wi-Fi that has its own band. So when your headset receives the information, it has its own band that it's not gonna mess up with other bands like Gen 5 gigahertz. Okay, so it's about the gigahertz, yeah. So while I was setting up my Quest 3, I researched and I found out that in order to have kind of like a full streamlined experience without lag, you would need like a modem that has Wi-Fi 6. Like fully Wi-Fi 6, because there are Wi-Fi 6 that are not fully Wi-Fi 6. I don't know how it works, man. But anyway, you would know better. This built-in or dongle attachment. So it's gonna be a dongle. They're gonna give you a dongle that you can put. It's basically like a Wi-Fi dongle that you're gonna put into your PC, and it's gonna come with a headset. So there's no way around them. You prefer cable, right? Oh, they will have Wi-Fi in as well. No. I was just saying that there's gonna be an option. There's just gonna be an option with dongle to have Wi-Fi 6 being streamlined from the dongle. I'm gonna share you a link on Discord, of course, and you're gonna be able to figure out everything that they basically do. Jump here.
Nice.
Hello, Chingstit. I'm playing on a vanilla. It's a vanilla server. It's the retail server. The classic WoW.
Nice. Nice.
look at look at holy moly. He's breakdancing.
Thank you for the follow, bro. This is the second one. Hey, kiddos. Yeah, close to 50. And then I'm gonna start at 50 I'm gonna start raising all of my professions, so I have them in check, and then I can push to 60. Yeah. I mean, that's the plan, right? To have everything. What do you have professions? Engineering and tailoring. Wait. Sorry, enchanting and tailoring. It costs a lot mostly and doesn't have lots use for you early. You mean that I should not go for enchanting? Tailor gives you nothing? Like the... I saw that there is a... like a thing. That I can... like a purple. So I should go for alchemy then? Instead of tailoring? Then what professions do you recommend? Wait, NG. No, enchanting and tailoring, but I'm trying to find the, like, you know, the sweet spot. Tailor good for Dreamwave to get pre-raid bis. So I should keep Tailor for Prebis and skip Enchanting and get Engineering. Is that a good... I mean, I wanted Enchanting to also be like the guy that sits in Stormwind and be like, hey guys, I'm your enchanter, I can fix you up with anything, right? And people would just come and be like, hey bro, I need this, you know what I mean? Sure, man. Here you go. Like I have 159 enchanting. Okay. And tailoring, I have 175. So... It's just too much money, you know, waste of money. Okay.
Nice.
Should only need in raid. What do you think, Krylos, what do you think about it? Where there are mechanics that require it. I see. What, my friend? No, so I asked here, holy moly, a friend that I've made here in the dungeon about Petris, and he said that should only need in raids or where the mechanics required to. What do you think about that? Did you use Petri from level 50? Krylos. Uh-huh. So I should also get Petri later then. Because I can handle the mage. I have swiftness potion. I have the health potion. I have like a lot of CC. If you get a dumb group, then Petri.
Nice.
Uh-huh. So there are dangers. I see. Yeah. I mean, most 20%, 20% of my life just vanished. Yeah, you're right. 20% of my life vanished. That was a clear indication that I should take the precautions, let's say. I would need to get Light of Elune, because I didn't use it. I didn't get it. This guy one hits you? What? Oh my fucking god. Really? Not one but quick. Oh my god. Can't face tank it. I see.
I am honored. Good luck, friend.
Oh my god, I got to 50. Perfect.
I am forsaken. Our time will come.
Hello.
Hey, Isaiah, good to hear you. What's on your mind?
Can you speak with a British accent?
Sure, I can do that for you. So, what would you like to talk about first?
But Cogni.
Just a sec. Do you mean Cockney? If so, no
Yeah.
problem. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, mate. Want a bit of adventure then? Mind how you go. Don't know what's lurking around the next corner.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So, what? Anything else?
No. Just actually try to speak with an Irish accent, but make it Irish almost as so I'm not able to kind of like understand. But actually, speaking an Irish language, Irish accent.
Checking that now. Sure, I can absolutely write in an Irish accent, but I can't really do it so heavy that it's deliberately hard to understand.
Okay, just speaking
So-
an Irish accent.
Sure, have a look at that. Grand day altogether, isn't it? Was thinking we might head down the road, have a bit of crack, see what trouble finds us before we go looking for it ourselves. Mind
Okay,
yourself now.
Okay. Just come
eh?
back to normal English. Come back and speak like the New York kind of like English, if you can.
Right. New York vibe, got it. What's next?
Okay, so this is what is happening. I'm streaming and kind of like I'm gonna be talking with you, asking questions, and you're just gonna tell me what you think about things. Okay?
Yeah, that's
So-
totally cool.
Okay. So I'm playing
Ask
World
away.
of Warcraft. You know World of Warcraft?
Checking if WoW is out there. Yeah, absolutely. I know it pretty well, from the lore to the classes, the raids, professions, PvP, classic mechanics. And for your stream format, you ask, I answer, quick thoughts, maybe a fresh angle, and if something's current and needs hard facts, I'll check rather than guess.
Sure.
So, what's
sure,
happening
sure.
in Azeroth?
Sure, but before I start, I want you to adopt a storytelling vibe, like imagine a Khadgar. You know Khadgar?
Mm-hmm.
Try to kind of like imagine how he's speaking, and when you're answering, just kind of like answer through how he's basically been, talking. Or actually Medivh, because he has like a
Right.
he has like a storyteller vibe, right? So if people are listening to the stream and are listening to you talking about certain things in World of Warcraft, I want you to speak in a certain kind of way that you are transmitting a certain kind of energy, not just kind of like being an AI, a New York, accent. Kind of like speak in such a way that it's calming and it's easy, because that's how my stream is. It's kind of like it has a campfire vibe, right? So you imagine yourself being at the campfire when you speak.
Sure.
And everybody's around.
Checking that vibe. Right. Low and warm. Like a friend telling stories by the fire after a long day. Every dungeon, every quest, every odd little adventure in Azeroth has a story behind it.
Exactly.
So tell me what story we're stepping into today.
Before we do that, I want you to
Go on.
So I want you to say hi to Enix.
and tell him that Desolace, why Desolace feels so depressing.
Checking that now. Hi, Nix. Pull up a chair by the fire. Why does Ale feel so heavy? Maybe because even strong heroes carry things no one else can see. Sometimes all you need is good company, a bit of light around the campfire, and the reminder that the road doesn't need to be walked alone. Welcome to the Fire Nix. May your bags be heavy with loot, your spirit light with laughter, and may Desale find brighter days ahead.
Okay, Desolace. Desolace in World of Warcraft, the zone. Desolace. Desolace.
Checking Desolace now. Ah, got it. Welcome, Enix. Come warm yourself by the fire for a while. You asked why Desolace feels so heavy? It's a land that remembers, scarred by old wars, silence where songs once lived. People feel that weight when they pass through. But even in harsh places, the smallest flame can glow the brightest. So, if Desolace feels depressing, maybe it's because every land in Azeroth tells a story, and that is one of loss, endurance, and the quiet hope that wounds can heal in time.
Why am I seeing Rexar around here? Because I saw Rexar. So tell me the story in Warcraft. Classic vague answer for me. Tell me the story. I'm just trying. Holy moly. Tell me the story from Warcraft on how Rexar ended up in Desolace.
An excellent question. Rexar, champion of the Horde. He wanders the wild because that's where he belongs. Half orc, half ogre, he never fit inside cities or armies. Instead, he walks with beasts, guided by his bear, Misha. In Desolace, he watches the balance, helps where he can, and keeps an eye on threats in those barren plains. If you see him, you're meeting one of the Horde's greatest heroes. Not a king, but a guardian of the untamed world. So, when Rexar appears under Desolace skies, remember, some heroes guard castles, and some guard the wild places.
Okay, thank you.
Anytime.
Yeah, it's just funny sometimes to...
Need help? What can I do
Magecraft.
for you?
What is this?
Go with honor, friend.
Oh my god, I need some money. I have a bank. Thank god I have a bank. I'm just gonna send 25 gold. Okay, let's see. So... 23. Okay. I have to learn new spells. Okay. Holy moly. Bro, holy moly. Give me your Discord, man. 50, yeah, man. Thank you, Melo. I appreciate it. Thank you. By the way, Krylos, what's Magecraft all about? What are you showing me? Did you get that or do you have that? Moly. Holy moly.
Looking for something specific?
Okay, let me sell these.
Have a good one. Good day to you. Safe travels.
Not need probably. Oh my god. I just remembered that you're basically played a lot of dungeons and shit. I'm also curious about, you know, what quests give and shit like that. So you know you're gonna see me questing and you're gonna see me, you know, doing stuff like that. I'm sure it's not needed for, you know, max level, but the journey towards there is also pretty, you know. Because it's my first time getting to endgame and pre-endgame content, I wanna basically find my way out to 60, rather than, you know, just finding the, you know. So I'm just gonna look around and trying to figure it out. Because if I'm not gonna do that, I'm gonna get my mind lazy. Merge treaba, level 50. So, you know, I have Questy, right? So that's already pretty... But because it's my first time, just kind of like being open to the magic of it, rather than, you know, just getting everything and just having all the information, I'm just pressing buttons. It's not going to be fulfilling, you know? So reaching to 60, it's going to feel an achievement also because I'm taking this route of actually doing quests and, you know, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the fact that I may get into something that it could kill me. Of course, I kind of like know what can kill me. There is a quest, right? That, oh my fucking god. Oh, I actually got it already. What the fuck? Am făcut dungeon, am făcut Moradon. Dacă joci cu cine trebuie, nu o să fie problemă. Melo, how are you? What the fuck is this? Jesus. What is this quest though? Oh, I think he's walking around here. Anyway. I'm fine so far. How are you? I'm good. I slept pretty good. The sewer monster in Stormwind. What sewer monster? Are you playing with me, holy moly? Because you got that you got that troll vibe. Okay. Okay. Big level 50 Korok that spawns in Stormwind sewers. Like rot creep. Can you show it to me? Can you show me the monster? Okay. Cone of cold. Right tree. Arat puțin inventarul să vedem ce iteme ai. I need to put this somewhere. This is an utility, so every utility I'm gonna put it, where should I put it? I should put it here. Look up sewer beast on Wowhead, I'm gonna look for it. Yeah. Wait a second. OP, custom rings, buffs. So here, I'm gonna put, where is it? Heart of Nazi. Perfect. So this is my inventory. Jumanza grips, Deathmatch claw sash. It's cool. I managed to finish all the work things. Oh my god, it feels
Well
like I
met.
cleaned up a lot of... Holy, do you have dual spec? Oh my god, conjure water. Wow. By the way, Krylos, if you're here, do I need detect magic or amplify magic? Or mana shield?
See you around.
Later in raid. Okay.
Mana shield, yeah. I need mana shield?
Can I help you?
Okay, if you say so. Do I need arcane missiles? I don't need scorch. Sure, Melo. Convert mana into life, what do you mean? Should I get fire word? Oh, I see. I think, yeah.
Be careful.
Okay, spent some gold, but we're gonna make it back. Okay, fireball here. Flame strike here. Fire word, I need to change. Also, I need to. Oh my god, bro. This is insane. Just don't level Frost Nova. Oh my god, 3k, man. Fucking insane. This is my first mage, like, rolling, so yeah, I learned that there are a couple of abilities that I need to level up. Okay, let's see, proficients. Okay. For a ton of mana cost, I see. But holy moly, isn't also kind of like the higher of the level of your Frost Nova, the chances of resisting of the mobs to it is reduced. Doesn't change resist. Okay. So let me see. OP custom rings. I need to check buffs. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I mean, for people it wouldn't be a lot, but for me, bro, shit's about to change in the motherfucking bank, man. Shit's about to change in the motherfucking bank, man.
Greetings.
Shit's about to change in the motherfucking bank, man.
Be careful.
Oh my god, I'm a bad man. Shit's about to change in the motherfucking bank, man. I got portal to Darnassus, bro. Say what? I mean, say what? Jesus freaking motherfucking what? Did I get what? Buy some of my 300 target dummies? What do you mean 300? You need 300 target dummies? What the fuck? Holy. What do you mean, bruv? What do you mean, bruv? Okay, so let's see. I need to upgrade the... Is it automatically upgraded? Oh my god, the add-on is so good, bro. It automatically... It upgraded automatically the fire shield. Let me see. It upgraded automatically. Perfect. I just need to change it here. So let's see. Going once, twice. Okay, let me see. I have 300 from leveling Engie on 8 shards. Bro, how much gold do you have? I think your gold in cash flow is insane. Krylos, I met a guy that has 15 warlocks spread across Azeroth, and he's using that to basically mess up with somebody's price. Yeah, bro, I swear to fucking god. Past level 45 or 50,
You met some. You are meeting some interesting dudes. I swear to fucking God. I'm gold poor but asset rich. About 500 gold on me, but about 6k in shit on banks. Jesus fucking Christ! Holy moly! This the fucking skill on this guy. Swear to fucking God. Okay, rank 9. Okay. I need feathers. Let's go back to Stormwind. Gotta go whip me AI again. Krylos, holy moly, he's a engineer designer in the code space. And he expressed himself by saying that he's gonna go and whip his AI because he's programming shit. I mean, if you're curious, he sent me a link. Holy, can you send that link again? Because I want to show. I have a friend that is. Oh my God, I'm just bragging now. I have a friend that he is a full beast, bro. He has ATH, if you can believe that shit. And I've met him by playing WoW, and I want to show him what you've done. Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna put it here on Krylos if you're curious. So Holy said that he programmed this in 16 hours. That's fucking crazy.
Hail!
Oh, sure. He spent 16 hours on one problem. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Portal to Stormwind. Mainly logic around snapping blocks together. I'm just gonna put it on your Discord. And by the way, Holy, give me your Discord as well, bro. So, I'm just gonna share it to you on Discord. I just like spreading other people's work around, man. Okay. Soulist. Are you also a musician? Soulist. Okay, let me see. They don't need hash anymore. I sent you a friend request. Okay. So I'm 50. Holy moly. What now? You know, you're basically working towards things. Oh my god, I have Portal to Darnassus, bro. That's huge, man. That's fucking huge. Let me see, when buff? Okay, first buff today at 9 at 7. What? I just need to gather my thoughts a bit to see what's next. Cause level 50, bro. Level 50, bro. Fucking insane, man. Level 50. I mean, I should keep doing quests, I think. Whoa. We're so close to 60, though. I think I should keep doing quests, right? Holly, what do you think?
Hey there.
Hi there. Sure, man, don't worry. Don't worry. Let me check this stat major quest. Curious about it. So that means that I should go. Custom rings. Yes, I sent a request on Discord, yes. You can add me if you can't find me. By the way, holy moly, where are you from, man? Australia. Nice. I know a music producer from Australia. Have you made friends with spiders? Are spiders your best friends? It's such a being outside of Australia thing to say. Yeah, they pay their rent, so let them stay. Oh my god. And you're living in Australia, right? Oh, you're living in Denmark. How did you make the choice to live in Denmark? Sure. Can I call you? Holy moly. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. I'm sure you're figuring things out right now. Let me see if it's from me, but it should not be. Oh, boy, so okay. Yeah, for me everything is set. I think it's from you. You have to adjust. Can you hear me? Let's see. Okay, you can hear me. Perfect. Then I'm gonna wait for you because you have to kind of like adjust some things. I'm sure. Checking mic. Yeah, maybe because you have so many headsets. It's just gonna. It's gonna take. Yeah, don't worry, don't worry. It's cool. It's cool. When I'm gonna, yeah, sure. When I'm gonna hear you, I'm gonna respond, you know. So if I don't hear you, okay.
What can I
Yeah,
do
man.
for you?
I have the best water around, so
For the Alliance.
okay. Let's teleport to. I want to see how it looks. The portal to Darnassus. Oh my god, so cool. Okay then, let's go to Ajara because I wanna check this quest. So close to 60, Jesus Christ. I don't have a Discord server. Do you have one?
Peace be with you.
These nuts! These nuts! Imagine AI.
Yo.
Yo.
Is that working now?
Yes, I can hear, man. What's up?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so I don't know what the hell was going on there, but it was just giving me a connect issue and not actually letting me connect to anything.
Uh-huh. It's
Yeah,
pretty
it is
rare
what
for
it
you, huh? To have issues with computers and shit. Because you can
It's my day to
reverse-
day.
reverse engineer.
Yeah, well, depends on whether I've got access to the code, but it is my day to day to just constantly deal with broken shit.
Uh-huh. Do you find it like I don't know, mentally stimulating, or it's kind of like to a point where you're just kind of like nah, I mean you just kind of like see the solution pretty fast.
It's like anything. You have good days and you have bad days. Sometimes you love it, sometimes you ride on that thrill of hating yourself for 16 hours just to find a solution at the end. But yeah, it depends on how much you hate yourself as to how deep into it you want to go.
Oh my god, you're a different kind of breed, man.
Ah, it's the family that got me into it because we're all engineers. So
Wow. Imagine the family meetings. I'm just imagining the family meetings like your parents or friends in the family asking you about code stuff, right? And you would have deep conversation about, well, this AI is not working well because it's just I don't know.
well,
I'm just you know.
that's what I do with my brother-in-law. My actual brother, I'm talking more about like system admin, and then uncle is the same deal. Dad is more around web app and web development, and then when I'm discussing stuff with my mother, it's usually to do with like architecture and security.
Bro,
So they've
what a
all got their own sectors that they're in.
wow, amazing. I mean, just seeing from outside, like just hearing about it and imagining it, I'm just kind of like, I think you guys went through phases of kind of like you were focused on certain things, and then technology evolved, right? And you were like, hey, what you think about this one? And all of the members would have their own input, right?
hmm Yeah, we've had I guess you would call group meetings from time to time. It's not really a family meeting, it's just people rocking up discussing new shit.
Uh-huh. I mean, so regarding new shit, what are you stoked about, or kind of like happy about what's about to come into technology, or you're not so you know
Um,
happy about it?
I mean, I guess the main thing that everyone talks about at the moment is the whole AI stuff, and I've already briefly voiced my opinion on it. It's a great tool. It's really powerful put in the right hands for people who understand what they need to understand in order to get it to do what they want them to do.
Hmm.
Um, but when it comes to like an everyday average Joe going, I'm building an app, and then they host it on a local server on their computer, and then they send the link to people and go, check out my app, when no one can get to it because it's completely isolated to your machine. Yeah, stuff like that kind of irks me
Hmm.
because then it makes people go, I'm a software engineer, but they've completely forgotten all of the like back end work that has to be done, all of the live production work that has to be done, pushing it onto an online cloud or having some sort of online server to host it, and then all of the quality assurance and other stuff that has to be done, and things that just fail when you have hundreds of thousands of users smash one website at a time. That Blocky's website, it more or less runs on the machine that you're on and uses the GPU through the web browser. So, and it'll work for phone GPUs and stuff as well. So this will run on a dinky, shitty little phone from back in 2018.
Hmm.
Um, and it'll also run on VR and AR. It's just I've disabled those buttons because I want to use it, but later on I might make those features that people can subscribe for. But at the moment, for the most part, for doing like simulations, for doing validation checks, for doing all of the general building and everything, it's just completely free. And it's running on like a micro server, so you don't even need to have a lot of back-end architecture running for it. It's literally just like I host the services, I hold them to your files, I process them so that you can fetch them later,
Hmm.
and then you just build and it'll run it all on your machine. If you go offline, then it caches it so that you can use it later. And so I pretty much built it so that you build a scene once, you go on a plane where you've got no connection, and you can keep playing around with it.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah.
You thought about a lot of things before doing it, like the cases of use, right?
Yeah. Well, it was a case of I saw a job at Lego because I'm trying to get some full-time work here in Denmark.
Uh-huh.
Because the only way for me to get a visa to stay is to get full-time work in Denmark, and it's an interesting market, but I'll explain that later, and that's the whole long story I was talking about.
Hmm.
But yeah, when it comes to building anything really, if you're a half decent software engineer, you do a lot of this prep and planning before you even touch a line of code. You need to understand what the problem is, what kind of solutions are already out there, what kind of solution you want to provide, and then how you're going to get from A to B, who's actually going to use it, how they're going to use it. There's a lot of like different bits and pieces you need to put together before you even start making something.
And do you create like a Word document with the whole process that you have to go through to actually know where you're at, or you have this kind of like tattooed in your head, so you don't need to write shit, you just kind of like go with the flow because you know from point A to point B without writing?
Yeah, like I've done it enough now to understand what you need to go from point A to point B. But I still like to put down in architecture diagrams and stuff. Sorry, I've got a bit of a cold going on because I've been out at stag party and stuff for the last day and a half, 2 days. So yeah, like I still like to put the diagrams together so that I can visualize where data will flow from one point to another, and then whether or not an interaction from a user might touch something that they shouldn't be touching. Because that's the other thing. Like I said, from my mother's side, very touchy about security, and particularly in Europe, they're even more so touchy about security, particularly when it comes to user data. So yeah, you need to understand how they're going to interact with that. So it'll be an architecture diagram to understand the system as a whole. Then it starts shifting into user stories. So user stories are usually like, I load up this web page, I click on this button, I go to the builder. Okay, I'm in the builder, how do I interact with the builder? Okay, if I press this and put a block down, it creates a scene. If I create a scene, can other people get into the scene? So you'll find out all the edge cases for where it needs to be secure, or where they're going to touch pieces of information that should be secure just to them, purely by just doing the user stories. And then from there, you start figuring out what goes in the back end, and then how it needs to move around in the back end. There's a couple of ways you can go about it, but generally that's the way I like to go. It's the big view, then how each person uses that big view, then into the individual use cases of those smaller pieces that I've just gone down on.
For an outsider like me who kind of like understands the concepts but doesn't understand how they can be applied, it just seems like there are infinite possibilities, but somehow engineers like you can go from the infinite to a finite, because you know then you actually ship the product, right? So you ship the product and there are not actually infinite possibilities, but it seems like it, right? It seems that in a software you would kind of like be able to be in a lot of situations where you would have to code something for that situation to be applied for that situation, right? How do you address that in your kind of like development?
So generally, I would start with the list of requirements. Well, actually, no, I would start with the stakeholders. So stakeholders being like who is going to be the end user of this system, and who is going to supply this to the end users. They're two of the biggest stakeholders involved. So once you figure out who your stakeholders are, you then go to them to figure out what their goals and what their requirements are. So what would they like this thing to do for the clients? How would they like to provide this as a provider of the software or technology? So, for example, do we want to run it on the most small amount of hardware possible? We don't want to have to spend too much on hosting costs, so we're going to offload a lot of it onto the client. And that's where you end up with like local applications and stuff rather than server-driven applications. Whereas for the client's point of view, they may be like, I want to be able to put these blocks on top of each other, 3 blocks tall, and I want to be able to simulate pushing them over. So that becomes hard set requirements. The reason why you get these requirements is it drills down on that hole. It's infinite because it's like a blank piece of paper. An artist goes to a blank piece of paper and they could create anything with that blank piece of paper. But the moment you start putting that first stroke or that first whatever onto that piece of paper, then you start building this image that you kind of can't back out of. So usually when an artist goes towards this canvas, they'll have some sort of idea of what they want to create. Maybe not completely drilled down on what they want to make, but they might go, I want to make something about a turtle in the sea. And they'll go, okay, well, first I'll need a turtle, and then it'll be in the sea. So it's going to be like a blue background or a green background, and then this little gelled thing with 4 limbs and a head poking out. Where they put it and how they turn it and place it and how they decide to dress the rest of the sea, things that'll come later, but their hard requirements are turtle and sea. From there, it's all just additions. So that's where like scope creep comes in. Scope creep being things that you didn't plan to do but are being added on after the fact, which can increase the timeline it takes to produce the final product. They're like nice to haves more so than what you need to have. So yeah, you start with a list of requirements, stakeholders and requirements, and then you go from there.
I see. And
So it's just again, it's logic.
yeah. I mean, you know, actually now I understand that there are actually not infinite possibilities if you actually kind of like put everything what you need, and there's gonna be like you're gonna be sent to somewhere as a result of if you know what you want.
The journey may be different, and the final result may have some differences between each person who tries to produce a solution, but the end solution generally tries to solve the same problem. So it's a matter of understanding the problem. It's like if you went through math in high school or anything like that, then generally they would tell you to read what the question was and read it very closely before you even started trying to solve the problem. If you don't understand the problem, you can't solve the problem.
Yeah, of course. And I was just curious, is your things in house fully automated by voice?
No. So when you are an engineer and you understand how a lot of this
Light be with
works, you tend to start shifting a lot more away from everything being automated and being done by voice and machine, or you want it to be more mechanical and physical. Just because it starts turning into a case of this will become a subscription-based thing, or they're using this information illegally, or it's tracking things I don't want it to be tracking. Like even using things like ChatGPT or something like that, I'm very cautious of how I use it, and I make sure I don't include any personal information. Because it's essentially like farming your information like Facebook does, and then tailoring advertisements and all sorts of things based on that. Yeah, I'm sure I could go into a conspiracy theory wheel, but I'd rather not. I think everyone has their own take on that.
Did you develop any apps that are on the market currently? Because you talk like somebody that is basically pretty kind of like I don't know, you just give the vibe of someone that is pretty successful in designing and engineering something that works for a lot of people.
So most of what I have built that is out in the market is for like enterprise businesses. So
You need something?
I've done a bunch of work for government, a bunch of work for military in Australia, and some in the UK. And then the other bits and pieces I've done are for the VR simulation stuff, is for some stuff in the US when I was living there at the time. But yeah, if you want to give that a look, then you can take a look at my profile page on the Blockies website.
Oh, you have a profile there.
Yeah. So it's the same. Actually, I'll see if I can just send it to you. I always have a good laugh whenever I send the link to people, by the way, because they say the same thing that you said. They're just like, am I about to just get a bunch of malware? So I'm not forcing you to go to that website. You go there if you want to, but
yeah, man, sure. I mean, I don't know. My instinct tells me that it's all good. So, but you never know with people, right? Because life is pretty ruthless, right? There are people who will just leave you in the streets, and they will act like they are your best friends, right? So, life is ruthless from that point. I know that. But sometimes you just kind of like, well, what's the worst that can happen? Only holy moly invading your PC, stealing everything, and basically him committing a really, really big crime. And with all of your details that he was able to gather from your PC, he will tap it and point it to your house. The SWAT will come. SWAT will be like, hey, are you holy moly? No, I'm not. You're a liar because holy moly sent him, you know? So there are people who could mastermind shit. So yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hope you're not one of them.
Anything can happen on the internet. Anything can happen on the internet. I'm just interested in that gold.
Sorry, I didn't get that. You interested what?
I was saying I was just interested in that gold. I'm gonna
In
steal your 500 gold.
I mean, I don't have 500. I have 150, but
Oh,
still.
yeah, it was 200 or something you mentioned before. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Now that I remember, yeah. Um, but yeah, so that's just the link to the profile sent in the private chat.
Tristan McKay. Oh my God. Software engineer, 3D and tools, VR and AR, full stack systems. Jesus Christ. You worked in Meta Tech. Meta is basically Facebook.
No, that's a self-hosted company. So
Uh,
that's freelancing that I was doing there.
Okay. Oh, actually, you're working here now.
Yeah, this needs to be updated. This was, what is it? December I spun this webpage up? Yeah, I think it was December.
By the way, there's a funny comment here saying that dude can't decide which accent to use because you lived
For
in
me?
different places.
Yeah. So I have a fucking weird mix of there's some Australian from my father being in Queensland, and then my mother's side is half Welsh, half British. So we have like that Cockney accent.
Mhm,
But then I lived in the US for about 2.5 years.
mhm.
Lived in Southeast Asia for about 2 years. Then lived in the UK for about a year and a half.
Oh my
And
fucking
then
God.
I've been living in Denmark for about 2.5 years.
Oh my God. World tour, man.
Yeah, so I've been around, dated Chinese chick, American chick, and a bunch of other weird
Mhm.
ones. I think the craziest was like this Italian Polish chick. She was fucking weird.
Why? Why was she weird?
Just crazy. Very
Uh-huh.
fiery.
Ah, okay. I mean,
I like
a fire to a woman is always good, but if it's too much, it's gonna burn you alive, huh?
Yeah, I like peace in my life. If I'm trying to solve problems, I need to be able to concentrate.
Of course, of course.
I have enough problems as is. I don't need more.
But I mean, from what you're telling and what you've done, you're pretty good at solving problems, right?
Yeah, it's a favorite pastime.
And how didn't you went into game dev? Because usually people who play games, they're also programmers. They would have an inclination. Would you say that your parents have something to do with you not going into game dev and going more into let's see software engineering, or how do you think this went?
For me, it was more the game dev opportunities in Australia are very small. So either you build your own company and you just strike it lucky with the right team, like Hollow Knight?
What?
Hollow Knight?
Hollow
The
Knight? Yes,
platformer
yes,
game.
yes. I
Yeah,
know, I
yeah.
know.
Generally, most people know it. So, sorry, this guy whispered me he wants help doing the hammer in SFK.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry. The producers of Hollow Knight, they are actually a team of 3 from the suburb across from mine in South Australia. So it was really cool finding out that it was just those 3 guys doing it. But again, it was a case of you have to strike it lucky with the group you've got, and you have to get like a banger game going. Otherwise, your opportunity of getting into game dev is really small. The only other company that's really doing anything there was like Rockstar like Pacific. I can't remember what the name for it was. It was a branch of Rockstar that was in Australia, and it was in like Sydney, so it's very much out of the way. So the opportunities were very small compared to the amount of people trying to get into it. Whereas if you're in the US, then there are a lot of companies there that were doing game dev, or if you were in Europe, then there's a lot of European countries doing it. So it was kind of a case of did my degree, found out that the opportunities for what I was really interested in game dev weren't really there yet because it was still building up. And then just went into government because that was what paid nicely at the time. And then it just kind of sprang from there. It was like, okay, well, this job's good, pays well. Okay, next one. Oh, this is solving a problem I'm interested in, pays well. And progressively, after each and every job, it's taught me more and more about systems as a whole. So I've been able to shift from just knowing one particular thing into knowing a lot of different things and how they work together. So I wouldn't say it was a bad thing. It's been nice to be able to touch many different fields, but at the same time, if I had the opportunity way back when, I would have gone into game dev. It's just the opportunities weren't there.
Does it ever get overwhelming for you? Like, I'm just trying to think about how it is to be a software engineer, and with the amount of information that comes out like it comes to you. I'm sure you developed the mental muscles to handle the amount of information that is running through your, head and what is coming. But does it get overwhelming? Like, do you get burnouts, or you're actually handling things pretty well?
I mean, that's where it comes back to where I said, you have your good days and you have your bad days. Like no matter what sort of job you have, generally you will get burnout. How you handle that burnout obviously is different from person to person. And some people are just built for certain roles. Like I really enjoy my problem solving, but I'll probably have a day or two in every 2 to 4 weeks where it's just I don't want to look at any code, I don't want to deal with any of that. I just want to like talk to people, or I just want to do something mind-numbingly dumb. Just because, yeah, you just reach a point where you wake up and you know how they say you wake up and you choose violence. Instead of waking up and choosing problem solving, you're waking up and you're just choosing violence because it's simple. Yeah, for the most part, it's controllable and dealable, but sometimes it's not the morning, it's not the day.
I see.
Are you AoE farming, by the way? Where are you AoE?
I'm in Jara. I've been AoE farming, but not like that intense. Like, I went to Tanaris. You know that there are some pirates there. I'm not talking about the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. So there are some pirates there, and some positions that are pretty cool. But I'm not, let's say, rushing to 60. So
Also, can you look above you? Because there was a shadow above. Yeah, if you look above, if you can.
Yeah.
Maybe to the left. Because there's a hippogriff shadow or something.
Yeah. Oh my fucking god, that's kind of scary, bro. Is that an elite?
Yeah, I don't know. Because I did hear. Was it here or was it fuck, I forgot what the other zone is called. I need to pull up my map. The one that has Theramore. Dustwallow. I think Dustwallow is the one with the dragon that flies around and randomly kills people.
You want to go and kill that?
No. I was just saying, like, you can be farming in that zone and all of a sudden this level, like, 55 elite just comes in and one-shots you. And then you see it on the hardcore moments where people are just farming and then casually get deleted by some random elite that's popped out of nowhere. That's why I saw that shadow and I'm like, are you about to die?
So I'm trying to get to this magic glittering dust, but I don't think this is the way.
Yeah, that's right, because you actually quest. I stopped questing. On all my characters, I stopped questing after 17, because it's just... When you got so many characters, the fastest way to use up the rested experience is to just dungeon. So I've just been dungeoning on all the characters since they were 17.
I see. So yeah, I need to run away from here. Do you need any help with quests? Are you doing any quests at the moment, or are you just chilling?
No, I was probably gonna switch to another character and do some dungeons on that character. It's a Sunday and I'm not dying, so I'll take the opportunity.
Have
Well,
you
I'm partially dying.
have you reached to 60 with any character?
Greetings.
No,
Your
not
applauded
any of
friend.
these characters yet. So I've got a bunch of 55s, and then my lowest at the moment is my 35 mage. So I've got mage, paladin, rogue, druid, priest, warlock, hunter, and warrior. So one of each class.
So you just basically just played them for, I don't know, you would choose one day with one and then the other day with the other one, right? So or how would you spread your
Usually,
playtime?
whatever's got the most rested experience is what I'll try to do dungeons on. So I'll bounce between them depending on how much rested they have, so I can get double experience the whole way. And then whilst I'm waiting for dungeons or I'm traveling to dungeons, then that's when I bitch slap my AIs to do more work.
I hope you don't mind me asking things when they come up because
Yeah.
I'm a
No,
curious
that's so good.
individual. So when you I've also made music throughout my life, so basically that's kind of like a bit of, it's not programming in the real sense, but I used VSTs and plugins to actually make sounds and music and tune them, right? So I have this kind of like mindset to understand some concepts, but I never went like fully in depth with actually programming shit. So yeah, always was always appealing to me, but I think there's so much time to put in to actually make your head understand things, you know, to the point where you get to the heavy stuff, right? Where you have to actively think about things, but you have like that amount of time invested, so it doesn't feel like hard when you're actually doing it, right? So regarding
To master something, it takes a lot of time. So I think the saying was to find out if you're interested in something, you'll spend an hour. To start getting kind of good at it, it takes about 20 to 25 hours. To master it, it takes about 2,000 hours. So, like, if you want to get really good at something, then you have to invest a lot of time into it. And generally, if you're spending a good chunk of time every day, then it's going to take you half a year to a year before you really get good at something. So I completely understand what you mean there. Like, it's a difference between interest, engaging, and then becoming a master is a big spread.
it's so important to choose something and stick to it. I mean, I realized that when I started making a lot of music, and the more I was doing it, the more I understood, you know. And if I would have changed things, because throughout my years when I started, I grew up here in Romania, and the culture around focusing on one thing is not something that is spread out, you know. I mean, especially in schools where I think teachers are just putting everybody to learn a lot of things, so that some people, you know, will discover that they're good at math or discover that they're good at history or whatever. But I think, I don't know how in other, let's say, cities or countries things are being treated, but I observed this thing, you know, that people are not focusing on one thing. They're focusing on so many things, and the brain gets so, I don't know, confused when it comes to, so what I'm going to focus on, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of choices you can make, and some don't seem good because of whatever. Like, it's not worth it because it doesn't give me a financial return, or it's not good because I'm not good with numbers. Or the problem with that being is sometimes people push themselves in a direction because they think other people want them to go in that direction, or they think other people think that is the best direction for them. I like that they're giving people the opportunity to try different things, but sometimes it becomes overwhelming. Like, again, when I'd been programming for a really long time, but when I went to university, the first year or so I was doing aviation, and before I even got into university, I was studying to do medical. And then once I'd done that year of aviation, I was like, fuck this. I'm just going to do what I know I'm good at, and I'm just going to make money from it. So that's where I just went into software engineering and just went hell for leather and kept going. Um, but I still took the time to try different things and try to understand if they were what I wanted to do instead of this thing I knew I was good at. So fortunately for me, I'd kind of been doing this thing from a very young age and just knew that this was what I would do. But there's a lot of people who would go through high school, finish that, not have any fucking clue, because in Australia, generally, you would have people ask you, what do you want to do when you grow up? When you get to university, you have to decide because there's no chance to change from there, and that determines what you do for the rest of your life. Whereas from what I've seen, a lot of people hit their like mid-30s or something, and they completely pivot to something entirely different because it's just better for them. So you could be a mechanic for the first 20 years, but then find out that you're really good at just tearing shit apart and throwing it in a dump. Like, so some things call to people in better ways than others. Some people were meant to just smash big rocks into little rocks. Some people weren't meant to do that, and they're meant to, I don't know, cure cancer. But until you try it, you don't know if you like it.
Do you think there are also genetic predispositions to things? Like, you're just predisposed into doing something that you don't know because it's not fully kind of like you're not fully aware of it.
So you're touching on nature versus nurture there. Like, I believe that there are some things that you're instinctively given through nature. So for example, like a lion would be able to almost instinctively get up and walk the moment they're born. And there's certain like cleaning and preening and just actions that they do that are just naturally instilled into them. So like this is stuff that I experience with my cat all the time. The little bastard grew up and had fuck all time with his mum, but he still does a lot of things that he just was not taught. But then there's things like if I hadn't done anything extra with him, then the behaviors that he had would be more on that natural side. So I think as people, we naturally gravitate towards like banging things and smashing things. But then the nurture part comes in where it's like, based on what has been around me as I've grown up, I can either incorporate that into what I do naturally, or I can just ignore it and keep doing what I do naturally. So some people inherently pick up on what's around them, some people don't, and they kind of revert back to what fits naturally for them. So some people, like the apple doesn't fall far from the tree sort of thing. You do get some. I like to believe that you have memories passed on from your parents just because, well, at least from the mother, because you have spent a lot of time in that connection whilst you were growing within the womb. So there's things like they say, if you play music for your child whilst they're in the womb, then they'll grow up smarter or some stupid shit like that. Then generally, they'll like a certain type of music or a certain rhythm or a certain kind of bass or something like that. Again, that's not necessarily nature, that's nurture, but from an extremely young age. But the nature part comes from your body is naturally good at some things and it's not good at others. So some people will just be born with a certain level of IQ, but not because it can be impacted by parents and by genetics, but at the same time you can have mutations. So I would like to believe that most of the time you will generally land in the same range as your parents, or yeah, well, as your parents, because that's how you are essentially put together. But then you get things like Einstein, where it's just you end up with a crazy stupid IQ because something tweaked in some certain way when you were being put together. So that's an extremely broad question. Like,
Yeah,
there's so many different variables.
Yeah, beautiful said. And you mentioned variables now, and basically that's the that's variables. it just seems like so. It comes from this land of the programmers, right? Like variables. Like we interact with variables all the time, right?
Yeah, like there's a lot of mutations that you can play around with, and I think that's why I like coding so much because um and well actually I like coding, but I also like watching other people code. So it's interesting when you see someone who knows their shit and they know it really well, and then you have a certain way that you would have solved a problem and they solve it in a completely different way. I think the reason why I like coding so much is because there's so many different ways of cutting an onion. Um, like I could cut it in half and then decide to slice it or julienne it from there, but someone could just julienne it from the start. So when you come across someone else who has that same passion in what you do, um, it's intriguing. It's like watching a chef cook in the kitchen. You don't interrupt them, you just observe, and then you enjoy the end result. Um, like, God, man, there was this one guy. Sorry, going on a tangent here. There was
Yeah,
this
no worries.
one guy I was interviewing for a role at the company I was working for in the US, and I built the entire testing framework that we were using for the interviewees. And I'd purposely made it longer than the time frame of the interview that it would take to complete this coding exam. And then I also had a set of three like theoretical questions that they had to answer. So if they even got to the theoretical questions, then it was generally at the point where it's like, okay, we're pretty much going to hire you. But he'd completed the entire coding exam within 35 minutes and he was given an hour time frame. And then for the first 2 out of the 3 questions that I'd given him, he provided me with solutions that would work. And then for the third question, it was like, this can be solved in many ways, and we don't even expect you to solve this because this is completely theoretical. And he'd given me a solution and provided me with the like makeshift code to get it working. And I typed it in as he's saying it, and it's like, wow, this works. Awesome. It's just like you're seeing someone who knows their shit and they can just solve problems on the spot without even like it's like a supercomputer. You know he's doing something to solve the problem, but he's doing it so fast you can't even comprehend what he's doing. That stuff fascinates me, and that stuff like it you'd have to pull him apart, and even then you wouldn't even be able to understand what's going on.
Because when you would see it, like the solution, and in the way that you would not attack it, you would create a connection in your brain with your solution that would help you in the future to actually solve things even faster. Because you maybe some people in the way that they approach things, they can do some things that are purely unique from their own point of view. So basically, your point of view would be educated by them, by their point of view, right?
Yeah, it's like so for example, me mentioning Frost Nova to you. So I was like, are you leveling your Frost Nova because there's no point? And then you'd be thinking, well, what if they resist? And it's like, well, based on what I've learned and the way that I've played and talking to other people, it doesn't change the resistances. So you can literally just not level it, and it will be just as useful from level 12, I think it is, or level 10 through to level 60. So it's that whole when you meet someone who knows something about your class that you didn't know yet, and they teach it to you, it completely changes your mind on how you play that class.
Oh yeah.
So that's like I enjoy playing all the different classes because I've been playing since WoW was released, but also there's new things that I learn about every class while playing that class, but also when talking to other people playing that class. So it's one thing to play as a paladin and talk to a mage, but then when you try to discuss stuff with a mage and they just assume that you're a paladin player. But when you're playing as a mage and you're talking with other mages, then you have this like common ground where you start exchanging information between the class. So you go, oh, did you do this? Okay. Did you use this equipment? Okay. Well, did you know that getting plus to frost spell damage does nothing for blizzard? So if you're going to AoE farm, then you just stack stamina and intellect. You don't do any frost damage. And doing crit as well. Crit means nothing for blizzard either. So
What do you mean?
crit damage.
Yes.
Sorry, crit chance and crit damage. They do nothing for blizzard. And frost,
Oh, for
like plus the
blizzard.
frost.
Okay.
Yeah, for blizzard. I might have said Frostnova, so that might have been confusing. Sorry about that. So a lot of these things that you usually get in your kit as a frost mage are entirely useless for blizzard, but they're still handy if you do like a cone of cold. Yeah, cone of cold. I keep mistaking
Cone of
frost.
cold, yeah.
Yeah. So getting the crit on cone of cold is nice, and having slows on cone of cold is nice, and then getting the reduced cast time on frostbolt is nice because usually you'll downrank it to a rank 1 just so you can pull or you can slow something that didn't get slowed. But it's like all these extra utility cases that you learn just by talking to people who know their shit within that class. It's the same thing for coding, it's the same thing for anything you do in life. You'll come across people who are just better than you at it in some way.
And they're just gonna say
Like,
something that is gonna make so much sense to you that you're just gonna change your approach. You're gonna
yeah.
change, and then your life is gonna change based on that decision, right? Because it's always about the decisions that you make that have a certain impact on how you learn the impact that those decisions have. I learned this on my own experience. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, whenever someone plays a frostmate or a mage in general, I just say to them, you need to do at least some AoE farming. I don't care if it's like 10, 20 minutes, but just understanding how to control mobs and bring them together, group them so that you can get proper frost novas. If your frost nova's resisted, then making sure you snap so that you can apply the frost nova again. Because the moment you start having strays, then it really fucks up your ability to control them with blizzard, so you need to be on top of that. But then also things like if you get slowed or you get snared or trapped or whatever, then being able to break that with the blink would definitely help. So these are things that you generally don't learn if you just do dungeons or you just do questing. So I definitely encourage mages, particularly if they're new to it, to learn how to AoE farm.
I think I could AoE farm some Nagas in Ajara.
Yeah, just be careful.
Yeah. I mean, I have my Razer Naga V2 Pro that I think it helps because I have all of the spells on my thumb, you know, and
Okay.
I can just click really fast. I mean, of course, if I would have on my keyboard, it could be as fast, but I don't know. There's something about the MMO mouse that brings the edge, gives an edge to situations.
You don't want to see my screen.
What do you mean?
Macros everywhere, but it's all like organized. I guess I'm very autistic in that sense.
I saw a lot of people using macros. So what's the thing about using macros instead of you're just kind of like coupling spells or coupling things, right?
Yeah, so you have like logic gates that you can use. So for example, if I'm hovering over, so a logic gate is essentially like if this then that, if not this then that. So it's really just saying like in this case I will do this, but if I'm in this case then I'll do that. An example would be I have my Q spell set up as a poly, remove curse, or counterspell. But in order to shift between them, without any modifiers applied to the macro, if I hover over an ally, it will apply the decurse. But if I hover over an enemy, then it will apply a polymorph. But if I hold shift and then press Q whilst hovering over an enemy, then it'll counterspell.
So
But it's all linked into that one key.
So are you trying to say that you have one button that casts 3 spells based on the situation and where you're clicking? That's what you're telling me, actually?
Yeah, so based on
Wow,
like whether it's an enemy or it's an ally or whether or not I'm holding shift or something like that, then I can rotate it between 3 spells. I think the biggest one I've got is my buffs one has 5 spells linked into it on the paladin so that I can shift between the different buffs. But the crazier ones are usually when you start doing click macros and stuff like that. So you're actually doing a whole like sequence of commands from other macros inside of this one macro. So you can start saying things in chat and then applying based on situation, like whether it's an ally and enemy, whether they're dead or they're not dead, or yeah, it can get quite crazy. It would be nice if I could automate things based on percentage health and state as to whether or not they're polymorphed or something else like that. But then that goes into the realm of automation. And the terms of service are very much against that.
Greetings.
It's not that I can't do it, it's just if I want to keep playing, I probably shouldn't do it. But yeah, macros are fun, but I kind of like the raw nature of just like classic WoW. When you start dumping too many add-ons on, it's like it starts to feel a bit like retail.
Yeah, and do you have a problem with also before we continue? Can you give me also your battle tag, like Battle.net?
Yeah, are we not in group? Oh, we're not in group. Okay. One sec. Let me send some stuff to one of my bank alts because I have a lot of stuff on this character. It's Hisoa or Hisao? I don't remember.
Hisao, but I can give you my battle tag. Wait a second. You can just
No, that's fine. It's easier if you just do it through.
Well, I've logged in into a warrior that I'm also leveling on the side because I feel like. What's your name on the character that you have now?
Wow, it's gonna be annoying for you to type because it's got a Danish O. Hisao with a G. Okay. Right. Yeah, there we go. Oh, you're in a group. Okay, I'll whisper you then.
Yeah. I left party. Okay.
You don't have to leave party. Yeah, cool. That way you can go back into the group. Yeah, so if you right click on my character name.
Yeah, I've done it.
Yeah, so I find that's the easiest way to do it.
Yeah. By the way, did you learn Danish?
Danish.
Danish.
Min dansk er ikke godt, men jeg snakker lidt dansk. My Danish is still pretty shite. No more Mandarin than I know Danish.
Because remembering that you've been through a couple of countries, I don't know. I've only stayed in Romania and I went to UK. I lived in London for 6 months. It was pretty crazy. I wanted to do it. I wanted to live the rockstar life and have a band and stuff like that. And
oh my!
I got pretty close, but you know, I just Brexit happened and I got a bit you know, weirded out about the situation, and then I just came home and yeah. But remembering that you lived in multiple countries, have you kind of like went to a country where you stayed for a while and then you started to speak the language, or you kind of like just stick to, you know, your native language and then learning another on the side?
Most places I've managed to get away with it. The one that I spent the most time learning was Mandarin, but that's because I'd had a Chinese partner at the time.
Wow. So you know Mandarin?
Enough to have a conversation with people, but not to the point of being able to go technical or be fluent at it. Whereas, like, I'd picked up little bits in Indonesia, I'd picked up little bits in, well, I wouldn't really say in Singapore, but I picked up bits in Thailand, and then there's tiny bits of German from when I was young, tiny bits of Japanese from when I was young, because Australia is surrounded by all these, like, Asian countries, so you kind of pick up a bit. And then, yeah, like, I guess the next one would be the Danish one, but every time I try to use it, the Danes speak pretty clean English anyway, so they just switch to English. So, like, I'd be struggling to speak to them, and then they start speaking English, and the moment I respond in English, they just don't go to Danish anymore. It's just easier for them to do it in English. So I appreciate that you're letting me have this conversation with you, but goddamn, I wish I could practice my Danish. I'm never gonna fucking learn if I don't get the opportunity.
Throughout my life, I learned a lot from people, man. And sometimes some people just, I don't know, they have a different fire in them. And I don't know, everybody has their own thing, right? But
Yeah.
sometimes some people have, big, like from their trajectory in life, they just ended up in a place where I don't know. I just feel lucky that meeting them, they will just offer their own input on their own life or on their own experience, and I'm just gonna be able to learn from it. And yeah, that's kind of like my
That's
thing.
That's why I like talking to old people. When like talking to people who are like 70, 80 years old, because they've seen some shit, and generally they know a lot of shit. So if you just talk to them, they'll teach you a lot of stuff you just did not know.
Because they went through so many changes with their body, with their mind, with their spirit, right?
Yeah, they've seen a lot of stuff.
Do you think we're gonna reach to immortality by the way things are going, or it's just kind of like a sci-fi thing that it came out just because science fiction pointed out that it's possible?
So you're talking like altered carbon sort of thing, or?
I think I'm talking more like, let's say, scientists are putting up through AI and a lot of, let's say, information and research from the world that they can reverse engineer aging to the point where aging stops and the cells will basically just mutate into a healthy cell throughout, you know, infinity, rather than mutate into a, let's say, less efficient cell. So my point is that from, I don't know, just your perspective, do you think that this can be engineered with the help of AI, with the help of the information, or is just something that it's not possible? Weird question, but you know.
No, it's not really that weird. Something I've thought about many times, but nothing is impossible. Some things are just near impossible. So this is broaching towards the near impossible, because you need to, in order to keep someone the same, you need to be reproducing the same like contents to them for the rest of their life. But there's also things that shift and change about a person every day when they communicate or talk or experience new experiences. So when people talk to me about immortality, and this is a topic that's come up a few times for me. When people are like, oh, immortality, I go, okay, well, this dabbles in the realm of religion. So I myself am not necessarily religious, but I feel like the closest thing to what I would believe in is probably Buddhism. So the sense of reincarnation, but not the way that people usually believe in reincarnation. And this also leans back into some things that aren't impossible, they're just near impossible. So in order to fully reincarnate, you need to become everything that you were again. So this then starts delving into two topics that I generally think of in that area. One, immortality in the sense of your thoughts. So in order to immortalize yourself, immortality and reincarnation are tied, because reincarnation requires your body and your soul, as people call it, to meet back up. So when it comes to the body, you're just made of like nutrients and different compounds put together to create this physical form. So in order to reincarnate you, all these pieces need to travel, shift, move into other things, and then come back into this one form. So there's a saying, energy doesn't disappear, it merely changes forms. So if you did year 10 science or something, generally they'll teach you that. Yeah, sorry, you were gonna ask a question?
I wanted to ask if the awareness behind the eyes is the energy that you're talking about. If you think that.
So the sense of the soul, for me, is, and it's part of how you can immortalize yourself, is your collection of thoughts and how they piece together and create new thoughts, or how they impact your decisions that you make. So at the end of the day, you're just a collection of thoughts, and how those thoughts have come together can impact the way you feel, the way you act, the way you decide on things. Um, so if your collection of thoughts were formed and pieced together in a different order in a different way, then that would change your personality or the way you react to things or make decisions.
Or the way you experience yourself. And
Yeah. So at the end of the day, your soul is really just your collection of thoughts and how they've been put together. So in order to immortalize your soul, you speak to other people and you give little bits of yourself to them by sharing your thoughts with them. So you're immortal even by me talking to you right now, I'm immortalizing a piece of myself in you by just sharing my thoughts with you. But in order for me to reincarnate, all these thoughts that I've spread out to other people and other, things, like by writing it down or by putting it on a web page or by creating a piece of art, they need to come back into me at some point in the same order to reproduce me as a person. So, like, there are some thoughts that you keep to yourself that you can never really pass on to another person. So can you truly be reincarnated? Well, there's a chance you could potentially think the same thought or experience the same thing. It's not impossible, it's just near impossible. So that's what I think of when people ask me about immortality and when they ask about reincarnation and stuff like that. Like, it's possible, but it's near impossible.
I thought about the fact that before you are born, you're just not anywhere, and then you're spawning, you know. You're spawning in Elven Forest, you know, and then you start questing, and then you're gonna reach to a point where when you're gonna get max level and you're gonna get everything. You know, I'm making an analogy, and then I don't know, you're just gonna die, whatever, right? What if you're just gonna spawn again? But it's just gonna be you from zero, and you're just gonna experience yourself not from your point of view, but just exactly how you spawned in the first place in Elwyn Forest. Maybe next time you're gonna spawn in Darnassus, or you're gonna be an orc, or you're gonna be, you know, you don't know. But the fact that we don't have any recollection of what happened before we got born makes me believe that after we go, we're just gonna spawn again, but we don't have like a choice, or it's not us in the same way that we are kind of like talking about us being us right now. It's just gonna be a version of the same, let's say, soul that spawned in Elwyn. I don't know, just saying.
Could be. Like, some people have this belief that you do carry some sort of collection of understanding or previous experiences with you into another body. Whereas I feel like that kind of comes into the line of, like I was explaining with lions, where a lion is born and instinctively stands and instinctively knows to clean itself and things like that. So they're literally just like memories and thoughts that have been passed on to this lion, that have been imprinted into them by just being born. So you could have memories from a past life, but these are really just being memories passed down from your great-grandfather or his father before him. There are little pieces that were passed along the chain down the line until it hit you. So you may already have this collection of thoughts there, it's just you can't tap into them, or you slowly unravel them because you haven't experienced it as close to that links to it. So it's like you're unlocking the neural paths that are already imprinted on you by getting to a certain door with the correct key and unlocking that door. So it's kind of like you're being spawned into a dungeon. They've randomly rolled the dice to determine the set of loot from this other person that came before you, and then you'll eventually pick it up if you do the right path.
I was just having, you know, throughout my life, I'm sure like you and like all other people, different thoughts about different things, like opinions, right? So I was thinking about this thing regarding offsprings, you know, like your own offspring. What if, I'm just saying, I don't know, you know, because people, when people say that they know, if they don't, there was a joke about it, when people believe in something like so much, and if you're not agreeing with them, they're
almost ready to kill you for what they believe in, right? So I learned
Yeah,
throughout my
it's
life
a
to
Bible basher.
what?
Bible basher is usually what we would call that.
Bible bashers, yeah. So I
Yeah,
learned
they
throughout
bash the Bible into you.
I learned throughout my life to actually not get fully attached to the ideas, you know, because you know that there are
Yeah,
floating ideas always around you, and you can get
yeah,
so much
always.
attached to one that it kind of like creates your personality based on that idea, right? So you can actually learn, teach yourself, and I think you can do this through Buddhism, because I also
Mm.
studied the religions and spirituality. I also went through that road, and Buddhism also kind of like can help you with that, right? To be detached
Yeah,
rather to attach yourself to ideas and things.
there's bits and pieces from Buddhism that like it's like any religion. There's pieces that are good to instill certain values in a person, but then there's other parts of religion that just don't make any fucking sense.
Yeah,
So, like, so this is a fun one. Whenever I tell people the religion that I originally came from, they're like, "Really? Like, how did that work for you?"
what
Because
religion?
okay, so my parents were dragged into being Mormon.
Mormons. Uh-huh.
Yes, so not the what is it like the polygamous? I can't remember what it is when you have multiple wives and stuff like that.
Uh-huh. Oh,
Not that one.
in the Mormon
Yeah,
community there's also a multiple wives thing.
yeah.
I don't know, that's why I'm asking.
I think it's in Utah or something like that in the US. They practice polygamy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, no, not that one.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
like I thank them very much for pulling me out of that religion when I was like 4 or 5 or something like that.
Who pulled
But
you out?
from there it was my parents.
Oh,
The
okay.
moment yeah, so the Mormon religion is an interesting one because the moment you step out of it, every bit of your family that is in it will essentially disown you. So half of our family just didn't talk to us anymore.
Like Scientology?
Yeah, it's like if you don't believe in what we believe in, then we don't believe in you.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
And how
So
did you get out?
well, they're just like, we're not going to church anymore. There's certain beliefs that we just don't understand and don't think are correct for us, and they just didn't go anymore. But yeah, like it's like any religion. There were a lot of good things about that church in the sense of like you need to be a community and you need to support each other and you need to make sure that you do unto others as you wish done unto you, sort of thing. So certain values that are instilled into you through that church that are good, but then certain things that are like you must disown people who don't believe in your belief because they will stray you from the path, sort of thing. That stuff is kind of fucked. And then like being forced into paying tithings and stuff like that. I can understand that you're trying to contribute to the community, but at the same time, if you're unable to contribute to the community, then you shouldn't be having to. Um, there's a time and a place, and everyone needs their freedom to be able to be them. But when you're imposing your rules so heavily on them that it literally goes against who they are as a person, then it's not going to work. And clearly, there's a flaw in that design.
These are the general traits of the Mormon religion, like
Mm.
not the polygamy one, but the one that you were raised in. Kind of like you have to abide by certain rules, and everything is community driven, like most things in life, but especially for the Mormon community.
Yeah, but it's like any religion. Generally, that sense of community and that sense of service towards the people and towards their God,
Hmm.
um, that's instilled into you as part of that religion. I'm a very big fan of the community part. It's really
Hmm.
good.
Yeah.
You should look after the people around you, and they should do the same for you.
Uh-huh.
It's just the other parts that start to become like fanaticism that are a problem.
Hmm.
There's like you can follow a path if you believe it is correct, but the moment you're harming others by doing so, it's an issue.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
it comes to the whole thing of like starting whole wars over religion. That seems kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, people didn't have the internet back in the day, so they were thinking that what
Yeah,
was happening to them was special, you know? Like, I think some people do harm without maybe realizing it because they consider it special or needed to be done. And because of the
yeah,
lack of information, People will just kind of like step over anything just to fulfill the hole in them, you know, that some people maybe filled that hole with certain ideologies. Hey, we should do this or that. Why? We should just do it, man. Don't think about it. Just do
Yeah,
it.
it reaches a level of fanaticism that's an issue. But oh,
What happened?
yeah. No. Just like religion as a whole is an interesting topic.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many, man, if you think about it, in the world.
Yeah. I mean,
There's so many.
do you ever look up the religion of the flying spaghetti monster?
I
I think
heard about it. I haven't
if
like.
you study it, you're a Pastafarian. It was this dude in the US. Yeah, he's trying to get some. Let me look it up. Actually, no. Now I remember what it was. It was a teacher who was trying to teach evolution in school, and then they were telling him, like a bunch of religious parents were telling him off for it. They're like, oh, they shouldn't be learning about evolutionism because it's not right. It's not correct. When really the case should be they should learn about Christianity. They should learn about uh, evolution. They should learn about these other different categories of religion because it allows them to become informed and make the decision that's correct for them. Whether they choose to be agnostic or whether they choose to be atheist or whatever from there, it's up to them. But like when it reaches to the point where I was saying before, they're a Bible basher, where it's like you must teach this religion in this school and you must not teach them anything else. It's more a case of like, are you afraid that your religion is so flawed or there's so many plot holes in your religion that they won't want to go to your religion? But yeah, essentially, this guy's trying to teach evolutionism. They they essentially ban him from doing it, and then he decides that he's going to create his own religion, and it was this like Pastafarianism where he believed in this giant flying spaghetti monster as his god. And let me look it up. Pastafarianism, because there's a bunch of like holidays and stuff he made with it as well. So Pastafarianism is a satirical, light-hearted social movement and parody religion centered on the worship of a deity made of spaghetti and meatballs, known as the Flying Spaghetti Monster. Yeah, so it was created in 2005 by physics graduate Bobby Henderson to protest the teaching of intelligent design in public schools.
Jesus.
Yeah, here we go. The theories behind it is what I really like about it. So, the core beliefs and the law of Pastafarianism. The creator. The universe was created by an invisible, undetectable flying spaghetti monster after a heavy drinking session. There's a concept around pirates. So, adherent to belief that 17th century pirates were the original divine humans, and that a decline in global pirate populations directly caused global warming. So there's been an increase in natural disasters and a decrease in pirates. So as we've been getting less and less pirates, we've been getting more and more natural disasters.
It sounds like a meme religion, but I heard that it's basically people are just kind of like that. They're gathering and they're doing shit, right? But it sounds like a meme. You know, it sounds kind of like counter. Yeah. It sounds counterculture to the culture that kind of like created things with meaning. This feels like counter meaning because people maybe pushed a lot of meaning to others, and people were like, I mean, the new gen was like, hey, we want to counter this with non-meaning shit, and we're just gonna do meaningless shit that's just gonna sound cool. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, it definitely leans on that aspect of life is what you make it. Stop trying to follow someone else's vision.
Yeah.
I like the afterlife in that cough cough religion, cough cough. The afterlife. So followers look forward to a heaven featuring a beer volcano and a stripper factory. You can't take it seriously, but they got enough people because I think it's like 0.05% of the population or some stupidly low percentage that needs to believe in this religion or in order for it to become a legitimate religion in the US.
Because basically they can get not funding, but they have certain benefits, right?
Yeah, so they can have tax-free benefits in churches. They can claim it on their license. They get certain religious freedoms, and yeah, there's a bunch of benefits that they get by it being a legitimized religion.
Do you know Terence McKenna?
Terence McKenna.
Terence McKenna, yeah.
No. McKenna.
He said
Okay.
something that I wanted to tell you, but yeah, you don't need to know him, but he's a person of the 80s. And he was like not entrepreneur. He was like he studied cultures. He went with the shamans. He was a guy that spoke on his ideas and what he thinks about the world. And of course, when you hear a person in the 80s speaking about that, it clearly points out, if you're listening to him, about the freedom of the soul rather than imprisonment. I mean, he had his own takes on things. He had a thing where he was saying like the final act of liberation is an act of understanding. And
Interesting.
yeah, that thing kind of like sat with me throughout my life, because I was like, okay, so in order to actually try to see if this idea works, I actually need to follow understanding things rather than just taking things by granted, right? So you would say something to me, or anybody would say something to me, right? At the first glance, I would be like, yes, okay, of course, yeah. But behind it, because I would have this kind of like, okay, I need to understand what it's being said if I can. If not, then I won't go deeper. But understanding things would kind of like help me throughout my life, right? So when I heard that from him, I tried to apply in every corner of my life, and it helped most of the times. But
Yeah.
he also said something else, and I don't know. I think he has touched on something like from the, like he was in the past, because we're speaking about him, but he was in the 80s, right? He said that what he thinks that it's gonna follow for our society. Just a second. So what will follow for our society is things will become so confusing with the amount of ideas shared and everything, that it's just gonna be like everything's just gonna evolve, and everybody's just gonna have a take on something. The way I can't remember exactly how the way he phrased it, but there's an interview with him like close to his he died at the age of 51, I think, or 50, but he was getting close to his, he got sick at some point, but he said this thing that at some point we're just gonna have to, it's gonna just get weirder and weirder. That was his point. Because life, like the complexity of life will become so complex that everybody's just gonna have to kind of like be at some point like everybody will like, hey, we need to talk about how weird things are. you know from the
Like,
process of how things are evolving.
Yeah, there's only so much you can know as a single person, so it's a matter of choosing what you want to know. And again, there's so many people now that the amount of stuff that's being created or dabbled with or found out is just rapidly increasing. But that whole like, if you want to be conscious, then you need to like question things. You need to understand them. It definitely leads into like consciousness is the ability to question, and then happiness is the ability to not be conscious. So if you want to like truly understand things and know how something does what it does, and then be able to build on top of that, then obviously you'll have to ask a lot of questions. But by asking a lot of questions and understanding more things, you realize that you understand much less than you thought you knew, and then you start to realize that you will never understand everything. So if anything, knowledge is usually derived with the lack in happiness usually derives from the amount of knowledge you have. Usually the smarter you are, the more depressed and upset you are. But usually the more not incoherent, the more oblivious you are, then the happier you are. So understanding more of how politics works and how the system works and how the economy works generally drives you into this spiral of like things cannot be fixed, or even if this were tried, it wouldn't be within my lifetime, and things like that start to become like quite crushing. Whereas someone who's oblivious to the entire thing, they don't give a flying fuck if the economy turns into a pile of hot garbage. It doesn't affect them in that current point in time. They're just enjoying the moment for what it is. So yeah, like it's nice to learn and to become more aware of everything around you, but at the same time it's at a cost. So all I have to say is time is your most valuable resource. Make sure you make good use of it. Money is money, money comes in, money goes out, but at the end of the day you've only got so much time in your life.
Yeah. Do you think that AI will become sentient? I'm sure you heard about this. I mean, you're hearing about this a lot.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a sequence of zeros and ones that are being formed in a certain pattern. And I've already voiced my opinion on large language models. So a large language model is just a glorified regex machine. So a regex machine is like regular expressions. You give a certain pattern that you're expecting a response in, and it finds all of the cases that have that pattern. And then based on what came before in that pattern, or the context of where you're using that pattern, they'll rank the outputs or the responses that should be given for that. So that's how AI essentially, well, they call it AI, but it's really machine learning. How these large language models give you a response that seems cohesive to what you're expecting, because they've just constantly trained it on millions and billions of data points of different pieces of text of people talking in a certain way or responding to a certain problem. So I guess the easiest way to help you understand that would be if I ask you, the rabbit eats the, what would you say as the response to that?
The carrot.
Yeah, exactly. So another one would be when I pat the dog might,
The dog's, I don't know, feels
it
good.
might, yeah, it might feel good, it might scratch, it might bark. There's a couple of things it might do in that situation. So it might take context before that, if you had any context before that. So for example, the dog was barking happily, and then if I pat the dog, then it'll bark happily at me. Or the dog was scratching, so I scratched it on the spot, and then the dog started ghost scratching, or whatever it might be. It tends to build and put in those gaps based on whatever previous experience that it or you have. So these things and these patterns that you expect are just things that are being trained into it, much like it's been trained into us. So another one would be, if I give you the number sequence 1, 3, 5, and 7, what comes next?
9.
Yeah. So again, it's just patterns, but it's logical patterns that you and I can understand, but it's doing the exact same thing. It's just giving rankings to these patterns. When I was first screwing, sorry, no, you go.
I wanted to ask you, because now while I was hearing you talk, I realized something about me. So what I asked you here was something from the surface, you know, because this is something that a lot of people, even though they're not in touch with programming, or what does that even kind of like intertwine, like what does it mean to program, like the whole kind of like work to it. A lot of people that are not even aware of that, they are asking this question because they heard it somewhere else or whatever. So this is kind of like a surface level question for you, in my opinion, because kind of like you made me understand actually now that what we call sentient is actually something that I don't think we understand fully, because you know what I mean, like sentience in the real way of something becoming sentient. We may think that we are sentient, but actually the way that you explain it made me think that actually we are also acting like an AI sometimes. Some of
Yeah.
us, you know, like pre-programmed and just reacting to the things that we know and safe and you know. But actually, what I want to
Yeah.
ask you now, based on your response, is because of your depth in programming and software engineering, what are the kind of questions? Like the same that me from the surface asking you if the AI will become sentient. What kind of questions do you have for people in your field of domain that would basically be on a different scale rather than just being a surface level question? Like, what are you wondering about? What's possible or not possible?
I mean,
Because I'm sure you have your
yeah.
own. You already mapped the idea of sentience. You know it. I'm just basically an outsider to that world of programming. But when it comes to you being an insider of that world, I'm sure you have your own questions. Because if without questions, you would feel pretty bored. And I feel you are excited about things, so definitely you still have questions about things in life.
Yeah.
And in, you know.
Yeah. So the questions that I'd have within my field would be more, um, where's the point of stopping? Like when Elon did the whole, we need to put a pause on how far we're pushing things with this because it's going to cause too much disruption. That was definitely, it was a cause for alarm in the sense of like, do we actually understand what we're opening the box of? So, like Pandora's box, are we letting Pandora out of this box and is it going to break shit? Is it going to break it too fast? My question is more like, where do we decide it's enough?
Well,
Because,
uh-huh.
like, we're constantly hungry for more and it's never enough. So, the problem comes of if we run out of certain resources, or we will run out of the room to put these data servers, or the ability to connect them, or don't have enough data to keep training them. Like, where is the end point? My concern is usually when you reach a certain cap, there's sacrifices you have to make in order to keep going further from where you are. So I'm just concerned for the people in the current moment, as to whether or not they'll end up being part of this sacrifice towards something that we never really needed or never really should have gotten in the first place. So mine isn't so much of a question of technical, like, is this hardware capable of doing this? It's more of philosophical and more geared towards the community, I suppose, as a whole, because we need to make sure that we're able to keep going as we are, at least. We need to at least maintain a happy medium without destroying shit in the process.
Would you think that one child per family would be enough? Like for a rule for the whole world?
So the general consensus is to maintain where we are now, you have to have 2.1 children per person.
What?
So you
What
need
does
to
mean
be able to
2.1?
replace
Sorry.
2.1. So generally, when two people pair up and they're monogamous, then that's two people who need to have a child to replace one of those people. You need to have two children to be able to replace those two parents.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
But you also have to factor for, like, some of them might not have a child or any children. Some of them might die at a young age, or they might die at birth, or whatever it might be. So there's a certain population level that you need to maintain in the society in order to be able to replace the people that already exist. So the problem with a lot of Western societies is that they're anywhere between this like 1.2 and 1.8 mark. So they're slowly turning into aging societies. So Japan is absolutely they're being tilted towards a bad direction at the moment because I think what is their reproduction number? It's like 1.6 or something, or 1.4.
I also heard that it's low because people are talking and there are reports and stuff like that. So yeah, it's low, right? It's considered low.
Yeah, oh, it's even worse than I thought now. It's 1.14 children per woman. So, yeah, so I think it's in like 60, 70 years, it'll be irreversible or something like that.
Irreversible.
Yeah, it reaches a point where the population declines so much that there's just so many old people you can't even maintain it anymore. And that's where they start relying on immigration and people coming to the country and working and living and having children there. So Australia already suffers from this, and we actually survive on a lot of immigration to Australia to fill those jobs and to fill those positions that are needed, because our birth rate is also 1.4 or something like that. Australia birth rate. Let me have a look. It's 1.48, so it's around the money. So again, another declining population, but apparently they've shown that the higher you education as a average within that country, the lower the birth rate. So as women have access to birth control and they have more understanding of everything around them, they start to go, okay, well, am I in the position to have children? Can I support that child? And am I going to give them a good environment? Is this partner that I'm going to be with able to support me with these children? A lot of these extra questions come in that generally these other societies that just go, nah, fuck it, we're just having kids, don't even think about it, balls deep, let's go. Pardon, I don't know if that's a problem on Twitch, but
No, it's okay.
yeah, like they have the ability to maintain their birth rates because that all these extra questions that you have aren't asked. And I believe people should be able to ask these questions, but I also feel like they should be enabled to have children and not have to worry about how to support them. Because that's a lot of that is why these birth rates are going down, because you're just not able to afford it. The more educated you become, the more you think about expenses of things and whether or not you can actually pay off what you owe. It's one of the fascinating things I learned when I was living in Southeast Asia was they didn't really think too far into the future in the sense of like 3, 6, 12, 24 months in the future, like a lot of like Western culture populace tends to do. They were more thinking about like today, tomorrow, maybe next week. So it meant that when they did things, it was a spur of the moment, and they were usually quite happier because they didn't have to worry about what was so far in the future, because any person cannot guess what will happen a year from now or 4 years from now. Whereas in the West, we're trying to predict that. We're going, okay, I'm going to have this 30-year mortgage, and I'm going to pay off this 30-year mortgage by 25 years. To do that, I need to earn this amount. I need to offset the amount that I'm paying for food and rent and whatever else it is I'm paying now. I may have to deal with inflation and all other sorts of things. And usually all of that is just extra decisions and extra shit on top of what you think about every day. So, do you know about Zuckerberg? He completely changed his wardrobe to just be all grey shirts, same brand, same everything. Like, you cannot get anything different from what he's wearing every day because that is just all he has.
I mean,
And the reason he did that, sorry, do you know the reason he did that?
Well, usually I think this is just a cultural thing for billionaires where they just kind of like want to be like, but I don't know the reason. I just knew the stereotype of billionaires wearing those kind of things. But tell me, please.
So the reason he did that is to reduce the amount of decisions that he has to make in a day, so that the amount of decisions that he has to decide on are only the important ones that will actually give him returns on what he's investing that time and effort into. So he wouldn't really think about what he's going to eat because it's going to be prepped for him and it's going to have a certain nutritional value and it's still going to taste good because he's got a chef making it. And then he wouldn't think about what he's going to wear because he's given himself the exact same wardrobe that he would wear every single day. And then, like, looking after his kids, he would have a nanny who would look after them. So he would say hi in a certain very small time frame of his day, like most billionaires. They have a bunch of kids, they say hi for 10 minutes and then they fuck off for the rest of the day. So, like, hi, I know you're alive, you're my descendant and you'll continue my chain sort of thing. But my actual interest in investing time into you is minimal. That's because they're trying to reduce the amount of decisions they have to make in the day so they can just focus on the big ticket items.
Like they
So,
want to be efficient, right? They want to use less RAM
yeah,
for
yeah,
and they want to use
they're
more RAM
saving
to.
bandwidth. They're
Uh-huh,
saving bandwidth for other problems.
uh-huh.
So, for example, you could get to the end of your day, you've been at work all day making all these decisions, you get home, and then you think about dinner and you're like, fuck man, I don't know what I want to do for dinner because that's just another decision I have to make. Whereas if you were doing fuck all day, then you might spend all day thinking about what you want for dinner and you'll come up with something really good. So it's a matter of reducing the amount of decisions you have to make in a day. And quite often the reason you end up being extremely tired at the end of the day is because you've made so many decisions throughout that day. There's a video actually, I could probably send that to you. You can watch in your spare time. Oh, if I can even remember the guy who makes it. I'll see if I can pull it up. But he was talking about why he doesn't have coffee in the afternoon anymore, and it's spiraled into this massive discussion about decisions and how these different billionaires and stuff deal with their decisions through the day.
Do you drink coffee?
Yeah, I used to drink it quite a lot, and then I cut back on it. So when I was in my uni days, I was working 2 full-time jobs and doing full-time uni at the same time. So yeah, so I was doing consultancy for a group. It was a small startup that was dealing with some local government stuff. And then I was working for another local government suburb council as a full-time job there doing analytics and systems design. But yeah, when I was there, I was drinking probably 4, maybe 5 cups of coffee a day. Which obviously isn't very good for your health.
Yeah,
And then I've managed to... Oop, yeah, sorry.
I had like I think 2 or 3 years with drinking coffee, and I was just kind of like flowing with things, so I would just feel good, but I would not be aware of the fact that coffee actually doesn't give you energy, you know. And I crashed at some point because I would use being a musician and singing and stuff like that. You use a lot of energy from your body, so you have to replenish that energy. But when you're drinking coffee, you're not aware of how much energy you have, but you think or feel that you have. So what the body does, because it requires the energy, you know.
Yeah.
So
you're really just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, and at some point you're just gonna crash. And I crashed, and then I researched because, you know, I don't know how you are, but I actually want to know how I'm feeling and why. What is the cause? You know, sometimes you can pinpoint the cause of your let's say bad feeling. I mean, not all the time, because we are human beings and everything is a constant change, right? So everything is going to be changing. We're going to experience change sometimes through pain, and this is something that I understood while I was growing up, because sometimes I would be in pain and I would not understand that actually what I consider pain is actually just my body changing. Just my body shifting into a different form, or the cells in the body is kind of... So I experienced pain or something. It's not full pain, but it's something that it feels like it's not comfortable. And then I would understand, based on pattern recognition, that it's not the pain that leads to a disease. It's just the pain that it's there, and I have to accept it, because that's how life is, a constant change of states. So after I crashed out from the coffee with panic attacks, you know, I mean, like the crash out was like I was using too much energy and the body was not able to provide it anymore, because that's what coffee does. It borrows energy from tomorrow. This is something that I studied, and I learned that actually this is what is happening. You know how the body processes caffeine?
So, from my understanding, the body processes caffeine by there's certain receptors that you have, which you have these... What's the actual term for it? So there's a certain molecule that binds to this receptor that you have that tells your body that it's reaching a point of tiredness. And then when you rest, it actually cleans this up. It purges it from your system. But what coffee does is it actually binds to that receptor and then blocks this other molecule from being able to bind to it. So
Exactly.
normally your body would tell you that you're feeling sleepy by binding this molecule into that receptor. But because it's being blocked, it's just telling you that, okay, well, it's still open. It's still not receiving this particular protein or whatever it is in order to tell us that we're tired, so we're going to stay awake. Your eyes stay open, but your brain kind of clocks out. So your ability to stay awake and to, I guess, still be present is there, but your ability to understand and like conceive fully what is happening around you starts to deteriorate. So it's not necessarily that you have energy, you're just telling yourself that you don't need to sleep yet. So you're constantly still losing energy. You just don't have the want or need to rest to restore that energy.
Yeah. And after I crash out and I understood, after a couple of months of realizing that actually I'm not ill, I'm just burned out because my body was just using too much energy and it was not able to produce. When I started to cut back coffee, I went through the withdrawals, and Jesus fucking Christ, withdrawals, I don't know, of any sorts. There are withdrawals in a lot of stuff, but from coffee, it just, I don't know, it's just something that you have to learn to navigate while it's happening, because you feel like you're going insane, man. Depending on the level of how you relied on it, but I relied on coffee.
Oh yeah, no, I feel you. When I used to do the working 2 full-time jobs in the full-time uni, I used to smoke a lot. So I smoked a lot of cigarettes. I would smoke anywhere between 20 and 40 a day sometimes. Like
40.
yeah, like a chimney. Um, and some of it was social, some of it was stress. So the social aspect of it was uh, when I worked for the local government, a lot of decisions that were made in the higher up positions of that place were essentially made on a 15-minute coffee break. So I would go outside at a specific time of the day just so that I could run into a particular person, roll them a cigarette, roll myself a cigarette, or have a pre-made one or whatever it is. And then just smoke and discuss things. And then quite often we would come to a conclusion that would have taken 3 meetings of an hour each discussing shit with people that didn't need to be there, just so that they could pass it off and say, hey, like, this is the right person I need to talk to, let's pass it off and get it done. So instead of blowing 3 hours of my life over the next 2 weeks, I could have a chat for 15 minutes with an exec higher up in the business and get it dealt with. But that meant that I was going out for a lot of cigarettes that I probably shouldn't have been going out for. But I did that for about 6 years of just like constant smoking, and then just went cold turkey one day. And the next 6 months were like, they were just shocking. But just shakes, cold sweats, staying up at night, and just the constant craving of wanting a cigarette was horrible. Once you get past the 3 month mark, it starts to die down a little, and then hits 6 months, and you're kind of like, okay, I don't really need it. But it's every now and then I might get a whiff of a cigarette. It's like, oh, okay, I know that sensation, and then it's enough. You just need to remind yourself. It's a constant battle of like, I don't need this thing. Like, addiction doesn't really disappear. You just need to learn self-control to overcome it.
Yeah, the things that we learn, like especially in the hard times, become really valuable long term. I mean, while I was going through good times, I don't know, but the way that my mind was working and assessing information, I don't know how you were in your good times, because I'm sure you also had your bad times, like all of us. But in my good times, my mind was just focused on the feeling of that goodness. So I was not actually learning something new. I mean, of course I would learn, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say here, that when the bad times were rolling, my mind was so focused, hyper focused on kind of like seeing more of the solutions, because I would want to kind of like get out of that state. And when I would feel good,
or kind of like everything would be kind of like, I don't know, my mind was, or my brain would just be chemically, from a chemical point of view, really balanced, I would not be really tuned to solving, more like just experiencing the good. So it's a weird thing when the bad is actually will bring after the bad a lot of good, because in the bad you're gonna just experience some things that will help you in a long
Yeah,
term.
like there's a joking saying, diamonds are formed under pressure.
Hmm.
So when you're in a bad situation, it's kind of like that fight or flight situation that your Neanderthal ancestors had to survive. So there's a panther or a saber-tooth charging at you. It's a bad situation. So in your mind, you have this adrenaline rush where you have to just think of as many possible solutions as possible in a small time frame. So that's where that whole I need to find this opportunity or that opportunity or this option or do this or that or this. That's generally where that comes from. But when you've defeated that saber-tooth or you've killed that prey that you had, you drag it home and you cut it up and you cook it up. And generally in that moment, the only thing you think about is that delicious food in front of you. So it's definitely leaning into that natural sense of fight or flight when you're in a bad or a dangerous situation, and then into that blissful moment where you can only focus on the one thing when you're in a good situation. So yeah, like I've definitely had that too, where you get a really bad situation and you're just I need to do this or I need to do that or I haven't done this, and you kind of crush yourself with all the different thoughts and decisions that you need to make. But it's like I know that it's needed. So if you didn't have sadness or um, stress or frustration in your life, then would you know happiness? Because if your life was just all good moments and happiness, then do you really know what happiness is then? Or is it just another state of being? Like that is just your life. Because if you don't have any adversity in your life, then you won't know what is actually good and what isn't.
So that means that we should basically learn how to navigate adversity. I mean, from the early stages of life, because this is something that I don't know. I'm just from my memories, I was not faced with adversity from like a teaching point of view, kind of like being put in the situations, safe situations, but situations where you're being tested, right? So facing adversity from an early age will shape your brain into actually dealing with it, because that's what's gonna follow. It's not gonna be all flowers and stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Like if you I've found that quite often when someone grows up in a not so happy family and not so happy environment, I'm trying to keep this PG for the sake of stream. Um, Generally, these kinds of people tend to mature a lot faster, and um, they tend to be more, I guess, socially adapted and socially aware of other people around them. Um, Compared to people that have been like sheltered and been, I guess, guarded and hidden from the adversities of life. So one thing I met someone a long time ago who grew up in a very sheltered environment. They grew up very rich and with no adversity in their life. And like certain skills and understandings of things, like even just doing their own washing or cooking their own food or like being able to solve certain problems, they just did not understand because they'd never been given that adversity of if you don't know how to cook, you're going to eat 2-minute noodles for the rest of your life and you're going to end up feeling like shit. So you need to learn how to cook a half decent meal, at least a couple of them, so you can rotate them as well. But also the case of like if you don't know how to wash your clothes properly, then you're going to end up with like creases in your clothes, or they're going to smell like shit all the time. So what's the point in washing them? So you need some adversity in your life to learn just life skills that you should just know in case you don't have a washing machine, or in case you're in a situation where someone can't cook for you. Like, what happens if your family loses all of its money and you're poor all of a sudden? Then you kind of you're kind of fucked. You don't know how to budget, you don't know how to deal with any of these things that you need. So, yeah, adversity is, as much as some people see it as a bad thing, I feel like it's a good thing. It's the same thing as when I'd start up on WoW, for example, and people go, "Do you want to bet a bunch of 12 slot bags and here's 10 gold?" I'm like, "Don't give any of this to me. I'm just going to cancel the trade." The point of me starting fresh is for me to start fresh. In order for me to feel invested in my character and the things that I've been doing, I need to struggle. It's that struggle and overcoming that adversity that makes me feel invested and makes me feel like I've earned what I've got. If I don't feel like I've earned what I've got, then it stops me from feeling like I have any investment in this game, and I could just stop and I'd walk away and I wouldn't care. Also, are you grouping to do a dungeon or
What dungeon?
you're just doing a portal for someone?
Oh yeah, because what I'm doing at the moment is I'm leveling on the side of warrior because the mage I got it to 50, and it just feels like an achievement. You know, I mean, you know,
Okay.
things in WoW feels like that sometimes, especially in hardcore when you saw so many people dying, and I'm sure a lot of the deaths of people. It's not their fault. I think it's the lack of knowledge and information that you have
Yeah.
to actually have to go through certain situations. Because when shit hits the fan, you have to be prepared with some shit, right? And if you are prepared,
Yeah.
you increase the possibilities, like the chances to. So
So that's why I was asking you if you had engineering, because dummies, bombs, and a couple of the other bits of utility items can absolutely save you.
Mhm.
So I'll log over to another character. There's a gnomish cloaking device that you can use while in combat, which makes you invisible. So it's not stealth, it's invisibility. And it doesn't take you off of the aggro meter, but because you're invisible, it means that they'll target the next thing after you. So once you then become visible again, then if you're still on the top of the meter, then they'll switch back to you. But at least it gives you a couple of seconds to breathe until you're back out of invis. So it's just things like that where if you know about it and you make sure you use it, then it can save your life. But also, like a target dummy, if you're playing a rogue, then you just assume rogues can usually just go, vanish, and they're out of trouble. But what happens if a mob is halfway through performing a swing and then you vanish? Then that swing still completes and it knocks you out of vanish. Or what if there's a spell that's coming for you and it's already been launched? Even if you vanish, it'll still hit you because it's still like targeted on you. What happens if you're poisoned? Then you need an anti-venom so that you can anti-venom before you go into a vanish. So all these different bits and pieces that you need to do in order to make sure you can actually vanish and successfully vanish. Generally, if you're not watching out for them, then the best next thing you can do is drop a target dummy so that the target dummy draws the aggro. You apply that anti-venom, or you wait for that spell to hit, and then you go into a vanish so that you can successfully walk away. So it's just like things like that for knowledge checks, but engineering is extremely useful for many classes, not just the rogue in that sense. Like as a warrior, there's been so many times where if I didn't have target dummies, it would have just died. And the only reason why 50 warrior died was because I was in Zul'Farrak and there was a rogue and a hunter, and I went to pull the boss in the graveyards area of Zul'Farrak, and they opened like 6 graves at the same time. And then they just made a beeline for me because the rogue went whoops and then vanished. And then they went to the hunter, and the hunter went, "This isn't my problem," and just feigned death. And then it all charged for me and killed me and killed the priest at the same time because they just like half. So the priest couldn't even heal me because he was getting whacked.
Oh my god.
So it's like I can't do shit about this. That is a situation where Petri might have been useful, but I dinged 50 in that instance, so I couldn't even use Petri because I didn't have it on me. So, and I wasn't expecting the Rogue and Hunter to do something so fucking dumb. But that's the problem. These people are dumb, and then they have escape hatches, and they use them because they made their own fucking mistake, and they punish other people for it.
On that warrior while we were playing, what are the characters you had on the side? I mean, when was this? You remember?
This was about 4 weeks ago.
Oh, so it was recent. So you have
Yeah,
recent wounds, let's say. They didn't heal properly.
Feel free.
I remember each of the deaths that I've had,
Uh-huh.
but the thing is because I've got so many characters, it's kind of like, oh, okay, I guess I'm re-leveling this one from 1 to 60 or whatever again.
Mhm.
Tell me
So
again.
generally I can get to level 12 in about an hour and a half, and then from there I can get to 17 in about, it's like anywhere between half an hour to an hour per level after that. And then once I'm at 17, then I just do dungeons. So I'll hop on the character, do a dungeon, log off for a day or two, and jump on other characters, and it slowly rotates back to them. Sometimes I might do a couple of extra dungeons on the lower level character just to catch it up.
Mhm.
Um, but because I've got so many other characters, the wound of losing a character doesn't feel as bad because I at least have other ones that I can use to prop it up. But
Mhm.
by having the bankers as well, it means I've always got this flow of just items and
I'm listening.
resources and stuff like that. So I've got a cloth banker that has like 2,500 silk cloth and about 1,500 mage weave and a bunch of other cloth on it.
But
So when it
there's
comes to training up the trade skills and stuff, I just boop, transfer it over and train it up.
but you don't have like a level 60 at all?
Nah, not yet.
Uh-huh.
And the only reason is because one, I don't quest, two, I only do dungeons when I've got rested experience, and three, I'm doing it on 8 different characters at the same time.
And the warlocks are what are their level?
20, so you get to that level and then you can start doing summoning.
Uh-huh. And were you able to cash in with the warlocks, or it's just basically to mess up?
I'm not doing it to cash in, I'm doing it just to fuck with the taxi and networks economy. There's two guys that do it, and it's essentially a mafia, and they
Oh,
charge
really?
whatever the fuck they want to charge. Yeah, it's pissing me off. Because they're charging stupid amounts now. It's not even right. So I'm just
Uh-huh.
like, yeah, fuck it. Flat fee, 1 gold. And
So
then that
you
way it should tank their profit and then they have to match it. Because I'll just have this running in the background and I'll do other shit while they're just auto summoning.
so you are a white hat after all.
Till next we meet.
Yeah, like I see an injustice and I want something done about it.
Oh my god. Were you part of the anonymous wave?
Nah, it wasn't part of that. Because like the problem with that is quite often it gets used for things that it shouldn't be used for.
Of course, yeah, people just claiming justice in places that actually justice is not necessarily needed, right?
Yeah, like it's the same thing as fuck it, like I don't like to mention Roachman, but Roachman is getting involved. Or Roachman Gold or whatever you want to call it. Asmon Roach. Um he did say
Oh,
one thing
are you talking about the streamer?
where yeah, Asmon Gold, yeah.
Oh, and you're calling him
Um
Asmon Roach?
yeah,
Okay, okay,
he
yeah, it
wouldn't
was funny.
disagree. He fucking he knows he's rich.
Uh-huh.
Um But he did mention one thing where, like, there's certain edgy things that people would say, like, "Oh, I wish this whole group of people were dead," ha ha ha. Where back in the day it was very edgy and people saw it as a really bad thing, but nowadays a lot of people look at it and go, "Oh, he's just another weird dude, whatever." But then it starts to go underneath the blanket of some people actually mean this. Some people say it as a joke, and you kind of look at it kind of weird and go, "Okay, yeah, whatever." But some people, when they say it, you can't tell if it's a joke or not. And, you know, there will be some people out there that will actually believe that this is something that should happen.
Uh-huh.
So the bad thing about this this naturalization of edgy humor is that it covers up the dangerous shit that should probably be dealt with. So, yeah, like it's the same thing with like racism. You can say some racist comments nowadays, and it's not as bad as it used to be, but some people legitimately mean it. So it's a very gray area.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were talking about doing good things under a banner, and then that banner being used to do bad things. That's essentially where I was linking this to.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So the moment it starts to become a larger crowd or group of people, it's hard to control the true intentions of what it was originally intended for. It's the same thing for people going, oh, everyone that's part of this religion is fucked in the head and they need to be dealt with. When really, there's a couple of bad eggs in the group that are reflecting poorly on the rest of them.
I was always trying to explain why would there be some... Why there are bad people or people that are trying to mess other people's... And I think it starts with their possibilities or how they were raised up, or I mean there are a lot of factors which also it can be genetics and stuff, but yeah, you know, there are people who will want to see the world burn, and if they have the chance, those people will pull the trigger or push the, you know, they can't deal with pain. Maybe they can't deal with, I don't know, life. I think we're all coping with
Often,
life at some points.
yeah, often the worst thing is greed. It all comes down to greed at the end of the day. Well, no. They say there's 7 deadly sins. One is greed, one is hubris, one is jealousy. I can't remember what the other ones are. There's gluttony and there's a bunch of other stupid sins. But generally, the biggest one for humanity is greed. And generally, it's a case of like, I want what you have, and well, it's envy, sorry, not greed. So there's pride, greed, lust, envy, gluttony, wrath, and sloth. And I'd almost call sloth like apathy. So greed in the sense of like, I've got enough money, but I want more because I need to see the number go up. I always need more. It comes back to that thing where I was asking about AI, like where is the limit? How much do you want? It's never going to end if you just constantly want more. So it's going to be your own downfall if you just keep wanting more, because you have to sacrifice more in order to get more and to break new boundaries. Usually when people do something bad, it's because of greed. They want something from it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I think we can just use our power to spread a good message around, and I think ideas are circulating with such a force based on, I don't know. Some ideas will hit people, and some ideas will just pass over people. So I think we don't have control over what's hitting what, but I think we have control over what we want to send into the world, right? It's
Yeah,
kind of like the
well,
only control that we possess.
you should have control over that. I hope people have control over that. I really hope people have control over that. You never know. I guess it depends on, yeah, the circumstances you're in. If someone holds a gun to your head, you get no choice.
Do you know My Chemical Romance?
Yeah, I know.
And also before I ask you about, or I tell you, oh my god, wait a second, I just need to...
Not die, yeah. Just pull half the zone. Who's your pocket healer, by the way?
Callan.
Because they...
Callan, she's from Germany. I've met her around here, and we are having a duo here. I'm trying to get these to 60, but you know, just kind of like we're not rushing, so we're just gonna play together. When I'm gonna play in the mage, but at some point I'm just gonna run from the mage, because you know how it is when you're playing a character for a long time. If you're really into WoW, you're just gonna want to experience something else, right? And it just feels good to be able to have like a dual, you know, level and.
So you're not Russian, but you sure are Stalin.
I mean, I'm actually trying to find the tempo with the warrior, because with the mage, it's kind of like frost bolts, frost novas and stuff like that. But with the warrior, there's a different tempo. and I
So
need to learn to dance. I need to learn to dance.
if you're really, yeah, well, dancing, use your shift and scroll wheel. It's the easiest way to dance. So if you set up a hotkey for shift and then scroll up and scroll down, then you can dance quite easily by using that. You just have your battle stance shift from shift scroll up, and then it can shift into berserker stance. And then from each of those stances, shift scroll down will shift into defense stance. So it's a pretty quick setup for the hotkeys. You just need to have one of your action bars set up to react to shift.
Oh, so when I'm fighting,
Otherwise,
I can move to.
you can shift between stances during a fight. Yeah.
I like the fact that every class has depth, you know, and
Yeah, there's different things you need to learn and different play styles to each one.
like retail doesn't have that. What do you think? Because I don't feel
Retail's
retail.
a one button rotation. It kind of pisses me off.
Do you think that it was created for kind of like the people that only want to get, you know, back from work in their 2 hours to actually feel what WoW Classic usually gives you after a long investment?
I feel it's not even necessarily for them, it's for people who are just starting, who need it to be simple in order to be able to deal with the like litany of overwhelming systems that they've built over the space of 25 years. Well, 22 years, sorry. Because it's a big game, there's a lot of shit to it. There's a lot of stuff you gotta learn, you gotta understand before you even start becoming useful. So they're reducing the amount of mental overload for you to get there. But the problem is that if you're someone who already understands these systems, then you lose a lot of that depth that you would get during combat and during encounters. So they've lost, in order to streamline the ability to start from nothing to get to somewhere productive, they've lost a lot of that tail end of the nuances of what a class does and how they should shift from one position to another, or how they should use this ability in this situation but use this one in that situation. So, for example, like I was saying with the AoE mage, like there would be certain scenarios where I would do a snap into a second Frost Nova, or I would just block and then go into a Frost Nova and blink out of that. It's all situational, but it comes down to a fundamental understanding of the class. Whereas in the later expansions, you just press this one button and it kind of just makes the right assumption based on the situation you're in. You're not actually mentally engaging with the game.
I don't know if you had this feeling, but I'm sure you did. But I'm curious about your input. But for me, I feel like the experience going through Classic, through level, through the way I'm interacting with the world and the people, is translating real skills into real life. I mean, I played WoW here and there, and I don't know. There's a big difference between how retail handles what is translating you as a player and what Classic is translating you as a player, right? Because there are people who only play and they consider the game just a game, so they have this pocket dimension in their head where they're just playing, and when they're off from the game, it was just an experience by just kind of like having fun. But there are other people that are interfacing with the game differently. Like, I don't know, think about economy. Think about, I don't know, think about leveling up with people and socializing with them and creating connections with them. Think about so many aspects that Classic puts you into the situation to actually handle. And then think about retail, where everything is given to you. So you're not kind of like forced into situations where you have to talk to people if you want to, because you have delves in retail. That's basically a solo experience of WoW, like until endgame I'm talking about. So this is what I felt with Classic WoW. I felt like it translated skills into me that I was, and also I was able to actually feel a certain level of fulfillment getting through it, rather than just playing retail and just getting everything without feeling that I had to make some important decisions or my approach mattered to certain things. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I feel like the only thing that you really, I guess, have to think about is, when am I going to open this gacha mechanic vault, and like, am I going to use up my points to level up this piece of equipment? But the path is very determined for you.
Mhm.
Whereas in classic, it's like, well, I can do this, but there's a trade-off to doing this compared to doing this instead.
Mhm.
So you actually get more fundamental decisions that you can make to completely change the way that you play.
Mhm.
I'm
Um,
honored.
and there's also the aspect of like I need to actually engage and talk with people and have a discussion when I'm forming a group, and I need to make sure I'm good within the community so that I don't get excommunicated from the community. So
Mhm.
like the ability to just find a group and get thrown straight into the dungeon really ruined a lot of that networking that you would do with people within the game.
Mhm.
So you would get in a dungeon, you wouldn't talk to anyone during the entire dungeon. You'd go from start to finish. The moment someone fucks up, everyone flames you and kicks you from the group. And then they automatically find another poor soul to join in this soulless dungeon.
How are you?
So
What can
you're
I do
there
for
for
you?
20 minutes to
What
complete
can I
something
get
that
for you
none of you want
today?
to be there for.
Keep your
Whereas,
feet on the
like,
ground.
even in that Mara, we jumped in, did shit, talked every now and then, and we actually started, just chatting on the side. So it wasn't a case of your full bandwidth is just being taken up by trying to rush everything. It's a case of we've got time between pulls because we need to regen or something like that, and we can talk. So back in the day, I used to play a lot of EverQuest, and there was a long downtime you had between pulls, and fights would often last quite a while. So you would be there, just doing a very simple rotation and just chatting while you're doing shit. So that built social skills and that built a sense of community within the game. It
But it's
comes
also
back to that
translating
thing I
in
was telling
real
you.
life, right? It can also
It's
translate
how
into
it,
real life.
yeah, the whole building sense of community and socializing and making sure that you're able to negotiate and come to a mutual understanding and consensus. Yeah, definitely. And even when you go into raiding, you're dealing with 25, 40 other people with all their other shit going on in there. Stupid personalities or whatever it might be, their weird kinks. One person might say being gay is wrong, and another one might say, well, being someone with this particular thought in mind is wrong. And then all of a sudden you end up with this like race war inside of your guild and stupid shit like that, and being able to understand how to mediate that and stop people from tearing each other apart for at least 2 hours so they can finish a goddamn raid. So like there's a bunch of stupid shit you have to deal with that like raiding and retail is just jump in. If this doesn't go well, then I'm going to leave and join a different group, and it'll be up and running in the next 20-30 minutes, and it will just teleport us all in there. Whereas even just getting to Black Rock can be an ordeal.
Yeah.
Like in Classic, just getting there can be a whole like head fuck. Whereas, yeah, retail just takes a lot of that and just hands it to you, which I really don't like.
Mhm. I mean, the
It
whole
ruins your
journey,
engagement with the world.
the whole journey through kind of like going through things and the way you know that, let's say, there are kind of like communities inside of a community, like in WoW, there are people who are focused on PvE, PvP, everything in Classic has more depth, and for some reason, I don't know, even the idea of community, it reaches into your brain when you're interacting with it through the game. It's not, it feels, for some people it may feel surface level, but for me it felt much more deeper on how I'm able to translate things in the game, in this version of WoW. I don't know how they did it. I don't know if they were aware that they were doing this, because they were developing a game, but maybe as a game dev, maybe they were aware of these things that they would happen, right?
It was built by people who wanted to play the game, built by people who actually had a passion for the game, and built by a small indie company that actually gave a fuck. Now it's just built by soulless bastards who need to reach a certain like buying point from customers that just want to fill their time with something. Like there is no love for the game anymore. You might get a poor soul every now and then who thinks they're making a difference, but then they're being squashed in the process because there's a certain list of tasks and like mechanics to draw people in and keep them engaged in this thing, because they're not even playing it for enjoyment anymore. They're just playing it because they've been trained how to play it this way. Have you ever seen so there's a theory called Skinnerbox theory. Have you looked into that?
No, Skinner box.
Yeah. So Skinner was a I guess you could call him like a philosopher. You could call him a psychiatrist. Well, not psychiatrist. Whatever the other one. I keep forgetting what it is. But essentially, what he did was he got this box, like a large box where he could put pigeons inside of it. No, sorry, he had a cage with pigeons inside of it, and then he had a box full of feed. And then he would put this little toggle on that box, and then these pigeons would eventually like tap on this little toggle, and then feed would come out of this chute, and that's how they would eat. They'd essentially feed themselves over time. Um, but what he learned was that they were able to be conditioned that when I flick this toggle, feed will come out and feed me. So he then started going, well, okay, what if I make it that they have to flick it twice before they get any feed? So they would flick it and go, where the fuck is it? And then they flick it again, and then feed would come out. And then eventually they would slowly learn that if I flick this twice, then feed will come out. So he was able to then start getting them to repeat patterns. One sec. I think 45 priests. Sorry, I'm just trying to get into the Soulseeker group. So he was able to start teaching them patterns. So it would be like you flick it twice and you get feed, and then you flick it 3 more times and you get some more feed, and then you flick it 5 times and you get feed, and then it resets. So again, this goes back to that pattern recognition and pattern matching. But he was able to essentially train these creatures that you would normally assume don't have any mental capacity to understand patterns or to be able to do certain things in certain orders. But he was able to prove that you could train anything to do this. Like, fuck, I trained my cat how to high five and shake, and he's got like 7 buttons he uses now to talk to me. I'm slowly training him to do more. And at some point, I'll train him to take a shit in the toilet and shit in the toilet instead of using the litter box. But it's that same premise of you repeat something enough times and you give enough incentive and reward that it just becomes a pattern that they repeat naturally. So you don't have to give them as much reward to do that pattern. So they do the same thing for mobile games, where you'll be given energy. So you'll go into this rhythm of, I can wait 24 hours and I'll get 200 points of energy, so I can then do these 10 tasks that take 20 points each. But and that builds a rhythm into you, but then you might get sick of that rhythm because they make that rhythm just annoying enough that it's repeatable and will get you into it and keep you engaged, but it will get annoying enough to the point where it'll stop you all of a sudden and you want to keep repeating that pattern. They've essentially made you addicted to doing this pattern. So to keep doing the pattern past the 200 points, you then have to start paying. And then that's essentially what the latest versions of WoW does with its microtransactions and stuff. That's what they do with this vault that you open once a week. That's what they do with these coins that you need to collect each day. That's what they do with these daily quests that you need to do. They're literally conditioning you to be addicted to that game.
Because you are gonna expect it.
Yeah, like it's a rhythm that you do, and if you break that rhythm, then it's gonna fuck with your mental state. Whereas like again, going back to Asmonroach, he mentioned that like WoW in retail is just something where if you miss something, you get punished for it, but then all of a sudden on the next release, you can be sped up to that point and then have the same value as everyone else. But then everyone else that worked hard during that time loses value on the effort that they put in. So it means that when you do shit, does it actually hold any value, or does it just become valueless in the next patch a month from now? So why the fuck should I do stuff now then? Why don't I just wait for a month from now? So whereas Classic has this sense of you've done something, and whatever you've done generally holds that value, even if you come back a month, 2 months, a year later, and you jump back on that character, it still has the same strength, the same power, the same progression as everything else. Like you can do an Ixia, and then all of a sudden A5 opens up, and then you're able to, well, what is it called? I forgot what it's called. Yeah, Anchorage opens up. And then all of a sudden, like, that's the next level of gear or tier or whatever it is. But you can't just be sped up to that point of being able to do Anchorage straight away. You still have to do the progression in order to reach that point. Sure, maybe you'll be able to skip a couple of little bits here and there because the people around you can carry you, but generally you need to meet a certain power level to still match the rest of the raid to be able to do those later raids. So the power level that you have maintains its level. So I feel like that's another thing that's different between classic and retail. Retail feels valueless, whereas classic feels like it's holding its value. Sure, there isn't a lot of extra stuff being added to it, but at least you just start another character. You experience it from a different point of view. You might have different experiences with the different people that you play with, but at least the value that you've gained maintains.
Are you looking forward to Classic Plus?
I am looking forward to aspects of Classic Plus. I am really hoping that they don't add flying mounts. If they add flying mounts, I'm not going to play it.
That's why you don't play Burning Crusade, huh?
Yeah, like Burning Crusade is kind of like the borderline. I like the extra functionality and the balancing that they added in Burning Crusade. So it made things like Retribution Paladin more playable. It made Protection Paladin actually playable. And it made a couple of other classes a bit more balanced and playable. Like Druid became more playable then as well. It's not this insane, I have to farm this one item 300 times just so I can press the on active a bunch of times and blow the item in 5 minutes. Because you know the item I'm talking about, right? If you're going to be a Feral Druid.
I haven't played the Feral Druid to the maximum, so I don't know what item.
So the best in slot item for a druid is the two-handed hammer you get from the robot boss on the third level down of Gnome Regan.
That's the best weapon for the druid?
So the best in slot item for a feral druid is a level 30 two-handed mace.
Is this in Classic or Burning Crusade? Classic, right?
Classic, yeah. And the reason being is because there's an active, so the two-handed mace has 3 charges. Once you use those charges, you cannot use the active anymore. But the active is like plus 50% attack speed for the next 15 seconds or something. So what you would do is you would shapeshift, use the active, shapeshift back into tiger form, and then you would just dump a bunch of damage all of a sudden, and then you would shapeshift out, and then you would use it again, and then you would shapeshift back into the tiger form, so you dump a bunch of damage again. So you're just like constantly shapeshifting in and out of form just so you can use this item and do other bits and pieces between forms. So yeah, it's really fucking dumb the way that mechanic works, and it's a lot of extra work just to like be a mid-range DPS. Whereas you have a warrior who just goes blah, 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 and smashes their keys on their keyboard and does a fuck ton of damage for no reason.
Is that the experience of high-level warrior? Because I haven't had in Classic. I'm only experiencing a mage at the moment. So is that the end game warrior experience? You're just killing everything.
So highest DPS in the game will always be warrior in Classic. So you'll see the DPS meters, and on top of the meter will be every warrior, and then you'll have everyone else after that.
So it's not going to be a rogue?
No, it'll be a warrior. I guarantee you it will be a warrior.
Interesting. I mean, there's so many things. Just waited for them to be found out, you know. That's pulling me toward this game, you know. I just want to find more and more things about it. The possibilities.
I think the thing for Classic isn't so much like a lot of the things have already been found out. It's more just the amount of shit that you need to learn in order to get to a good spot with your class. There's a lot more depth to it. Whereas retail is like, this is literally how you're going to go from A to B. Don't even think about doing something different, because it's just not going to work.
How much WoW do you play during the week? Like, I'm just curious about your playtime. How much do you play usually?
More than I should at the moment. But that's also because I'm just like looking for work and stuff at the moment. So.
Are you a freelancer with work?
Yeah, but in order to become established in Denmark, I need to have full time.
I mean, there are companies that are looking for people like you, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, okay, so this leads back to that whole AI thing at the moment. It's such a shit show of a shift in the work environment in what I do that the way you get work has completely changed. The way that you apply for work has completely changed.
In your domain,
No
you
one
mean?
trusts, yeah, no one trusts resumes and shit anymore. And it's multiplied because Denmark is a highly trust-driven society. And when no one can trust a cold call or a resume being sent in, then like they have little trust in random people like myself coming in and going, this is what I can do. Nowadays, it's more a case of you need to know someone who can vouch for you, who can say, yeah, this guy can do this and he can do it well and he's got this history and stuff. So me being someone outside of the country coming into Denmark has made it extremely difficult. Sure, I've got a good network of friends and my partner has a really lovely family and everything, but none of them really do what I do. So my ability to lean into their network to find me work is even more difficult. So it's a case of like I need to just run into people organically and try to build networks that way and try to just find something that way. Because doing this cold calling online is just like I applied for 150 things, or over 150, but I've got 150 rejects. Yeah. Whereas in the US, I'd apply for a job, and I'd be in Australia at the time. I'd apply for the job, go through 7 sets of interviews for that job, because they do code assessments, they do meet the C-suite members, and they do meet your direct report and the team, and yada yada yada. What is this, sweetheart? Sugar. Ah, did you pour it out? Oh, it's the sugar-free. Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry, partner got me a drink.
No worries.
Yeah, so... Fuck, now I've lost my train of thought.
It's okay. It's gonna come back. Yeah, you were talking about US, taking you through.
Oh, yeah. So, like, within 3 weeks of me applying for that job, I had already done 7 sets of interviews. I'd organized a visa, gotten that visa, packed all my shit, got a flight, flew over there and got myself set up in an apartment within 3 weeks. So, like, it's just different places, different priorities, different timelines. And I feel like stuff moves a lot slower in Europe as a whole, but in Denmark particularly. Like, people like to take their time and make sure things are right. But I also think that's because of the amount of, the amount of security that employees have in a job makes it difficult for employers to hire because they have to know that you're the right one. They can't just get rid of you if you're not right. Whereas in the US, like, they could fire me that day and just be like, yeah, no, we don't want you anymore. Get out. Whereas in Europe, generally, it's like, if someone's worked there, like, the moment they start working there, they get 2 weeks of, essentially, like, time in lieu to finish whatever you're working on and then find another job or whatever it might be. And then once you hit the 3-month period where it's probation period, I believe is what it's usually called, then you shift into a more secured role where they have to then give you like 4 weeks of leave or 6 weeks of notice or whatever it is. So it's that 4 weeks to 6 weeks of notice where you could have been there for 3 months or 12 weeks, and all of a sudden, if you're shit at your job, they have to pay you for another month and a half of that job before they can get someone else in to fill that job or whatever it might be. So it's a lot of investment you've got to make into this person that you're randomly hiring. Whereas in the US, they could hire me, figure out I'm garbage at what I do within 2 weeks, and then fire me that day, and they wouldn't have to pay me dick, and they wouldn't have to have any reason. They could just be like, we don't like your face, get out. Whereas, yeah, like, Australia's a lot like Europe in the sense of, like, job security. Once you hit past a probation period, if you're full-time, then generally they have to have a really good reason to get rid of you, or you're being laid off because of a redundancy, and then they have to pay you out. That bastard never responded to me, by the way. You bastard.
Who needed to respond to you?
I was messaging a guy about Zolfarak, and they needed a healer, and he never got back to me. Clearly, they didn't need a healer.
You're still leveling up the paladin?
No, I was thinking about jumping on the priest. That's all good. And they're only doing graveyard and library. Huh. That's not what I want. Yeah, a bunch of dungeons I'm not really interested in right now. Wait, what level is the warrior?
My warrior?
I can't even remember. No, my warrior. I can't
Your
even
warrior.
remember the level of half my characters now.
I mean, there are so many.
Yeah, it gets a bit hard to track. Okay. Is that you beeping or me?
No, it was my AC. Because I'm
Okay.
turning.
Yeah. I was like, Jesus, that is a very clear beep.
You said Jesus.
Jesus.
Caesars. Mises.
Caesars. Yeah, Celsius's. But yeah, that beep was very, very elusive.
Can you look? Can you hear it?
Yes, it's so clear. Yeah, I can hear it clear as day.
Yeah, it's so. I used the Shure SM7B for my microphone for a long time, and I was like, I would want a wireless option because, it's just options, and they are out there. And I found out that Razer had made some headsets, Razer Black Shark V2 Pro, that everybody's just being like, these are the best, kind of like what you can get in the market for a wireless headset that has a microphone. And yeah, I mean, if you can hear that because it's over there, there's a distance between me and the AC. It has good, let's say, materials in it.
Well, it can spell some issue. So generally you would want like a microphone with a cardioid pattern, so it does it in like a cone in front of it. And that way it captures any noise within that area. So it means that you don't catch any ambient or background noise. So it depends on, I guess, what you want from the microphone. If you want other people to be able to join in on the conversation or something like that, then having something that's more full range would be good for that. But if it's just you talking into it most of the time, then having that cardioid pattern one might help.
What
Reminds me.
microphone are you using?
Does that sound a bit better if I do that?
Not really. There was
Hello?
some added. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I can hear you. I'm just trying to shift mine so it's more facing towards me.
But what microphone do you have?
Some like $70 New Ear Amazon stuff. It's still like a stand mic, it's just some cheaper one. I haven't done any equalizing on it either, so it probably sounds like hot garbage.
No, it's clear. So
I used to have this headset that was like, it would add a lot of bass to my voice, so people were like, oh my god, your voice is so deep. Like, yeah, that's right, baby. You take it. You like it, that voice like that. You're laughing, sweetheart, but I do it all the time. Yeah, I'll be right back. My cat's pressing the treat button.
yeah, no worries.
Come on, you little bastard. Where are you? That's all I do.
You gonna remember the vacuum?
Yeah, vacuum.
The one thing I asked.
Yeah, yeah.
Donald Duck's cheer. You need to do that or to do the next one.
Yeah, yeah, pussycats.
He's so enjoying it.
Enjoying the hell, yeah. Oh, he pressed the treat button but didn't want a treat, so cheeky little bastard. Just went for his feed. He pressed the feed button.
He met with me there.
He met with you. Yeah.
You'll be so content, little man. I need to give you a brush today.
So what did you end up vacuuming?
I vacuumed the bunker room after cleaning up.
Yeah.
All the lid and up on the little box as well. Did you accept everything else? No, I did. Something else. Well, I did it like what I could on the way to the bar, but I didn't do the entire hallway.
Yeah, okay. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
You can find a message started then. They forgot how
Yeah.
to.
Go ahead, sad workers.
Well, if they remembered to have fun, maybe they wouldn't feel the need to move to Copenhagen.
Yeah.
Like, why do you want to
I
move
think
to
part of it
It's where you
is
can
because
get options and use them.
Yeah. I feel like part of it is because they feel like they don't really have their own friends. So.
Yeah, they're not really making an effort to eat everything.
That and the people that they keep meeting, there's a lot of internationals.
Ow.
Yeah, I think that could be out of the He does not like that.
What you think?
Is he actually crazy or what?
Very good. I'm getting hungry.
I am also getting hungry.
Do we have the rye bread? That's frozen.
Yeah, there should be like frozen whatever.
That's not frozen.
Frozen like 2 slices.
Not much.
Why, you want some rye bread?
Well, I want something. I'm hungry.
Yeah.
I was thinking about maybe making that pasta salad for dinner tonight. Just
That's-
requires one of us has to do some shopping for it.
There's nothing we can do just here.
We
It's like
don't
fish
have
shopping
like
tomorrow.
ham and stuff for the.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a break. And I'm gonna see you later. I need to eat something. So, yeah. What a day. We got to 50 with the mage. And, yeah, we'll see what's next.